Chapter 1695. The day has passed. It has been 100 days, according to the divine realm's time. The movement in the order void caused by the high-tier primeval information torrent is still fermenting. From the looks of it, the 10% of worlds that are completely unaware of the existence of the void frontline have already learned of the existence of this place. Similarly, there might also be things on the other side. Apart from this 10%, the other 30% of worlds that have been observing since the beginning of the timeline resonance have also been affected in different ways. The person wearing the divine realm's uniform shook his head and sighed. There is no more time for us to observe in depth. We only know that there is indeed a huge movement over there. According to previous speculations, the strength of the void frontline should only be 50% of the order worlds at the moment, or even slightly less. What about the remaining 10%? The remaining 10% are those who have never intended to join the void frontline. Even if they know certain facts, they still shout it's all a scam, conspiracy, and so on to their own people. They have never changed. Our party has seen a world sinking into the void with their own eyes, shrinking their heads and acting as if nothing had happened. They are completely avoiding it. So disappointing. Even if we have already said that it's up to you whether you want to join or not, every time I think of those who shrink their heads and deceive themselves and everyone else as if nothing had happened, I still feel a headache. But compared to those who are causing trouble in the order void, it's much better. Even if they dare not point their spear at the void frontline. Everyone smiled bitterly. If they were to take advantage of the situation and attack the void frontline, then the order void would probably, there would probably be no need to save it. Everyone would just pack up and return to their own empty worlds and wait for death. If that person was still around, perhaps he would turn around and destroy the billions of worlds of order. Would it have been better to use a more forceful approach at the beginning? This is already a meaningless topic. The way to deal with it at the beginning is wrong, no matter what. Anyway, we can only see how we deal with it now. If only the 30% of spectators would do something. Now, we can only continue to wait for the situation to ferment by itself. Who knows how long we would have to wait? When they do something, it would be over. When Siyu and the other 3 came to the city wall, Hui, Jingyin, Jingyuanji, and a few other divine realm warriors were gathered here. In front of them were the spiritual images of the various void frontline nodes. There were more than 100 people. The rest who did not come were probably still busy, but they should be listening to the situation here. Every time the void blockade retreated, it would be like this. When the little angel saw the 3 of them, she floated in front of them and put her finger in front of her mouth to signal them to be quiet. Then she stood aside and watched. Hui waved his hand with a headache and said, "The situation in the order void. Sai, we can only talk about it. We don't have that much energy to take care of that place. Let them fend for themselves." Every time the void blockade retreats, a large portion of the order void's territory will be handed over. They won't come here in the first place, and when they retreat, the information torrent will make them retreat. If they can't, then it has nothing to do with us. Everything on the void stage requires our help to keep watch, so why don't we just help them stay alive? That seems to be a statement. The others smiled bitterly. Rounding things up, the current situation was them not living for others and replacing them with a resistance they did not do. Phew, forget it. Let's not talk about the order void for now. After the void blockade retreated, a large-scale mobilization of rules and order will be carried out. Prioritize checking the blockade, the various nodes, and the territories of order at the nodes. By the way, the origin sanctum has just been adjusted. A considerable amount of energy and rule creation should have been transmitted to every origin sanctum. They are also busy over there, sending some people to the origin sanctum to help, as well as the rules of the void. As usual, the reports and information were given in line with the current adjustments of the void. Every time the void blockade shrank and approached the higher planes, the order and rules that the void frontline could come into contact with would become stronger. Conversely, The abyssal death mist spawn, and the others would become weaker the deeper they ventured into the higher planes. Even if they could only weaken them by 15%, even if they rushed to the divine realm, it was a considerable number in terms of the battlefield that permeated the entire void. What they had to do was to stabilize that portion of order power while strengthening the world of order by every means possible. For that, what should be sacrificed, what should be given up, and what should be done must be carried out early. Strengthen the surveillance of the depths of the void. We have no idea how long it would take for them to arrive this time. Speed up the recovery, especially the preparation of energy towers. Go and prepare the rest. Hui breathed a long sigh of relief as he watched the soul projections vanish. He then turned to Jingyun. What's the situation at the front line? The newly spread order and rules in the Temple of Origins and the newly placed World Core. It's all good. The rules are developing as expected. No, it's even better than expected. At the moment, the front line is sitting on the edge of the void, second only to the divine realm and the other two realms. Many things are changing rapidly, and the changes that are happening at this very moment can be seen with a single glance if you have the time. Jing Yun nodded. Instantaneous change? Isn't it a subtle influence? Hui was curious. In the past, the changes that occurred at the level of rules would affect the entire world of order in a subtle manner, and not all at once. Just like how one could not become fat in a single sitting, one could not become thin in an instant. There's no time for subtle changes at this time. We can only give them a dose of strong medicine, and that world core comes with such strong medicine. Jing Yun spread her hands and sighed. But it's a very proper method. After 100 days of observation, there are no problems. What's left is for time to show its effect. Time. Hui laughed bitterly. Time, it's really a troublesome thing. Now, he was really pinching his neck and begging for time, but he could not get it no matter how hard he begged. About that, the flow of time in the front line is a little faster than the normal void. It's about 5 times the normal primordial realm time. Jingyin knew his distress and suddenly told him the news. It took a lot of effort. The separation of the concept and the sea of time caused me to lose a piece of hair. It can be done to such an extent? Barely. It's done with the characteristics of the void. In order to make it easier to take effect, there was even a large-scale mobilization of personnel. After all, it's not a situation corresponding to the origin of the void. It's just a man-made effect. It's not very effective against worlds with beings above the beginner level of the origin. Of course, the effect will revert when they come out. Hui thought for a while and slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, the characteristic of the void that begins with observation and ends with observation. If you didn't mention this, I would have thrown it to the back of my head. But even if I knew, I probably couldn't think of a way to make use of this characteristic to make changes. Jing Yin spread her hands. The revelation given by little brother. He really thought of all the ways and all the factors, as long as it's a factor that can be used in the void of order. He thought of all of them and squeezed out a lot of ideas. Phone! At the mention of this name, everyone fell silent. Even if 100 days had passed, even if they had fought fiercely in the void for 100 days. Sigh. It was said that even the most difficult thing to resist could be washed away by time and forced to forget. Being enthralled in the battle between order and chaos in the void, they thought that this period of time would pass quickly. Should they say that 100 days was too short? Or, the diluted time in the void will one day return to normal and stable. If 100 years doesn't work, then 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 billion years, 1 trillion years. The final result is just a fact that is easier to accept against one's will. For this matter, the established fact can't be changed no matter what. Hui put his hands behind his back and let out a long sigh. Everyone in the void front line had died a few times, and the higher-ups were no exception. However, they who were at the top, well, they actually could not die casually. Firstly, they would only die when something big happened. Secondly, Dying casually would easily shake the morale of the army. Except for this time. It seemed that the bastard's free and easy departure had added a long-lasting frenzy blessing to the Void front line. Now everyone could fight, feeling that the atmosphere was so low that it made everyone sigh. Hui quickly waved his hand and smiled bitterly. He looked at Siyu and the others. How is Feng? Is he any better? Feng Qinghuang recovered from her low mood. She held the pendant and replied, He looks very energetic. Everyone was speechless. How can you tell that he is energetic from a cloud of consciousness? Feng Qinghuang tilted her head cutely. I have a feeling in my heart. My intuition tells me that Xing is very energetic now. Unprecedentedly energetic. Everyone was speechless. What kind of telepathy is this? He's not here anymore, and I'm stuffed with dog food. It's good to let go of this period of time. Hui sighed to the void. He should have rested a long time ago. He couldn't rest for such a long time, partly because of me. He was also forcing himself. Sigh. You guys don't know this, but ever since I first met him, there was not a single big thing that he didn't force himself to do. From the beginning of the chaotic era to the time when we pacified, and consolidated the situation in the realm of the gods, to the time when we cleared out the life forms, races, and worlds that threaten the realm of the gods, to the time when we fought against the underworld. Every time, although I always advised him to leave a way out for himself, every time. Phew, that's the kind of person he is. No matter what, he would only force himself to do it. In the end, he ended up like this. The little angel smiled bitterly. Her face was tense, and she was about to collapse. Everyone sighed and turned their heads away. Now that they were talking about him, the atmosphere fell to the freezing point. Dao Tian, that little girl, had been talking about him countless times when she was busy. Now, they didn't see her come over. They didn't know if she was trying her best to hide. Ahem. Back to business. Hui cleared his throat and looked at Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. It's about your arrangement. Let's not talk about it for now. Do you have any special plans of your own? Feng Qinghuang shook her head and replied without thinking, the front line of the void. Continue to fight. Siyu, on the other hand, nodded vigorously at the side, making Hui smile bitterly. That guy brought out a battle maniac. Feng Qinghuang looked at him and said, Then did you have any special plans, Lord Hui? Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you here. But I just wanted to ask for your opinion. Hui nodded and walked to the side. He put his hands on the battlements and let out a long sigh. Originally, I wanted you to go back to the God's world. Go back there and rest for a while. Try to reach the origin realm as soon as possible. At the same time, let Maple's consciousness follow you back to the God's world and see if it can speed up the reconstruction process, Jingyan said. Although we can't calculate the result no matter how hard we try, that's what we mean. We all know that you want to stay here and fight, but we still hope that you can reach the origin realm first. The two little moon in the newcomer's domain are the most popular. That's what the people at the front line of the void say. Siyu was stunned. She twisted her body a little embarrassedly. Why does it sound so strange? It's probably because of Maple that a lot of people are paying attention to you. Coincidentally, someone thought of you as the next little observer, reminding me of that title. I've tried to pair you with Maple's divine domain, split projection. Feng Qinghuang knew more about the God's world. She was a little nervous. And the result? Hui scratched his head. It's not a match at all. The two priesthoods are also pure at the beginning. Although the division of duties is different, there will definitely be changes after a long period of contact. It will be more suitable for us, just like the Guardian. Now, if my split projection, you can treat it as my inheritor, similar to the inheritance of the deity position. If you find the inheritor's inheritance, it will probably lean towards defense like me in many situations. So, corresponding to Maple's side, Hui gestured with his hands and finished a paragraph with difficulty. Siyu clapped her hands in realization. I understand now. We can't be as crazy as Little Star, so we don't match at all. It's not a good match. Huey's face twisted. You've summed it up well. Jing Yin rubbed her chin and pondered. After a while, she smiled bitterly. At a time like this, finding an inheritor for little brother will be a great help. After all, little brother's violence is obvious. Even if he only inherits 1/10 of it, he will still be much stronger than ordinary Empyrean gods of the same level. It's just that I can't think of anyone in the void who can become little brother's inheritor, the little angel also added. We can't find anyone who can safely come into contact with such a large amount of origin energy and still be unharmed. Ah, that's even more realistic. They really can't find anyone. Jing Yin and the others could in the past, but they probably can't now. Little brother has never mentioned anything about this. It's probably because of this. Jing Yun sighed. This idea can't be. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Now that you two know our plan, what do you think? Do we continue to stay in the void front lines? Or do we return to the realm of the gods and spend some time to quickly ascend to Empyrean God of Origin before returning? There's no problem with either choice. There's no right or wrong, and there's no better or worse. Because no matter which path it is, there's no problem. Just choose with your heart. Hui scratched his head and sighed. If it weren't for the fact that peak Empyrean God of Origin can't leave at any time, I've already planned to create the next Empyrean God of Origin, or a few, or even more. Even if the changes in the realm of the gods can affect us through the imprints we left in the realm of the gods, it's not as effective as having our true bodies in the realm of the gods. But this plan still needs to be. Run away as soon as possible. Jing Yin, who was about to continue the topic, coughed loudly and looked at the two girls. It's all up to you two. Just stay here. Feng Qing Huang nodded without hesitation, her jade-like hand holding the pendant. Little Star's heart is tied to the void front lines. I can't just leave like that. Siyu nodded beside her. Me too. This is the answer I've known for a long time. If it were now, the realm of the gods would definitely be peaceful and the conditions would be better. But that doesn't mean that it would be better for me to face the future and stand here. In that regard, you too have inherited Maple's stubbornness. We tugged at his bangs a few times and let out a long sigh. Well, that's not a problem. Then, the situation here will remain the same. This retreat should buy us 10 to 20 days, so we should seize the time to rest and deal with the next situation. Origin Energy Tower. Is there anything else? Jing Yun raised her hand and said, there's also a special type of energy tower that belongs to an individual. It takes a long time to make because you have to add your own brand. But it can make the Origin Energy Tower more than 100 times more powerful, and it also has more durability. The theory that the little bro left behind seems to be a modification of the previous method of leaving a brand. It's more unique, but it has to borrow the power of the Temple of Origin. How many things did that guy leave behind? Is he really not afraid of overworking himself? TSK, I was wrong. Hui subconsciously complained. His face darkened, and he couldn't help but sigh bitterly. Maple, sigh, let's pass it on. We have time now, so we should squeeze in as much as we can. The little angel sighed quietly in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly reached out to pluck a feather from her wing. Right, I remembered something. This. Everyone turned to look at the feather in her hand. The surging light of energy turned into a 2-meter-long, purple-black greatsword. She held the great sword with both hands and stared at it for a moment before handing it to Hui. When I noticed it, it was already with me. It didn't seem to be with Little Star that day, the Nethervoid sword. Hui scratched his head in distress and took it from the little angel. His expression changed and froze on his face. His eyes became hot again. Seeing the sword reminded him of someone. The nether void sword was definitely the one he had carried with him the longest in his life. He had been carrying it since the first time he met it. When he saw it, he thought of the figure of someone holding it. Maple. Sigh. Hui let out a long sigh and handed it over to the little angel. You keep it, or give it to Siyu and Blue Phoenix. This thing can protect you guys, but it's not convenient for me to use. Siyu sniffled and stroked the nether void sword. Little Star's sword. What's the origin of this sword? I feel like it's very special, very special. It's a divine weapon forged by the heavenly god of origin. Jing Yan's voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to tremble violently. Their eyes trembled. They felt that it was natural, but also very unexpected. Jing Yan took the nether void sword and stroked its hilt. I don't remember which heavenly god of origin forged it, but I'm sure that it's a divine weapon made by them. The materials used are all very special. Some of them are special creations formed when the god realm was first born. And I remember that there were 12 of them. Huey's cheeks twitched violently. 12 of the divine weapons of the god realm. Have they spread to the god realm? I heard that they were given to their inheritors. It seems that they've all been left in the god realm. Jing Yun nodded and stared at the nether void sword for a long time. It really is strange. I told you about it in a hurry that day, but I didn't investigate it in detail. Now that I look at it carefully, its soul is gone, its consciousness is gone, and its spirituality is damaged, but its status is perfect. It's as if it doesn't know that a part of itself is missing, and it's the most special part. I don't know if it doesn't know or if it knows. It's just that everything has fallen into a state of complete collapse, so we can't find out. Logically speaking, a peak heavenly god of origin should be able to perfectly unleash its power, but for some reason he's never used it. At first, I thought that it was because he was afraid of something, but now that I think about it, it's probably because he couldn't use it at all, even if it was perfect. Jing Yin let out a soft cry and poured her power into the nether void sword to touch it. Bang! Jing Yin hadn't used much strength when the nether void sword retaliated with a burst of energy, knocking it out of Jing Yan's hand and stabbing it into the city wall. He shook his hand and said in a tone that said he was right, it's true. There's no way to touch that part, so you've been using your own strength and part of the nether void sword's characteristics. When I first saw that it wasn't in human form, I kind of expected it. Jing Yin pulled the nether void sword out of the ground and circulated its energy again. This time, nothing happened, and it was able to circulate perfectly. Her power was tainted with the nether void sword's aura. I just didn't expect that to be the problem. Not in human form. Hui was stunned. So it used to be, that's right. It has a soul and consciousness. It came from 12 lives. It used to take human form to accompany its inheritors. Jing Yun nodded and waved the sword twice to dissipate its energy. Then she handed it to the little angel and continued, I'm afraid the same is true for the other 11 divine weapons. Hui sighed. He sighed heavily. I think that the God Realm actually has a lot of trump cards up their sleeves. All of them. But there's only one. One. There's really only one. As long as there's one that's real, and completely normal. And if it can allow Maple to fully unleash his power, then there's no need to fight this battle. Everyone thought that he had hit the nail on the head, but there really wasn't a single one that was completely normal. Chapter 1696. Time was something that remained the same, even if it was repeated 12,000 times. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. Ordinary worlds had experienced the vicissitudes of spring and autumn, with generations of people coming and going. In the eyes of countless people, the world went from familiar to unfamiliar and gradually became familiar again before becoming unfamiliar again. Some of the newly born worlds had moved quickly past the initial chaos and returned to calmness, sprinkling endless light across the starry skies and forging this vast world. To a place in the void, such romantic scenes had no affinity with it. The void frontline. How to describe it had become a problem, and how to calculate the effect of the scouring of time. Perhaps it could only be measured by the coming and going of guests from the world of order, as well as the number of sit-ups the warriors of order performed in the Soul Temple. Just like the rotation of the world of order, the front line had also welcomed new people and sent away some of them. The only thing that did not change was them, who had been guarding the front line all along. They were also aware of the people who came to the front line as if they were tourists. They did not pay much attention in the past and would not interfere now, only watching silently. However, after facing the torrent of information from the entire world of order tens of thousands of years ago, the number of tourists had increased significantly. They would stay at the front line, perhaps joining the battle, observing and correspondingly leaving. Perhaps that was the unique way of measuring time in the void frontline. Hui and Jingyan had thought of ways to keep those tourists as long as possible. They could represent themselves, such as the unaffiliated or personnel sent by other worlds to observe the situation. But in the end, they did not have much time, and even if they used any method, it did not reach the level of immediate results. Those who came would still come, and those who left could not be stopped, nor did they have the time to keep them. That was why there was no change in the front lines of the void, even after tens of thousands of years had passed. There was no change at all, just as there was no change on the other side. Both sides had continued their unchanging battle in the void for a period of time that could be described as since ancient times. There were discrete changes recorded in the stories written by the Order of the Void, but on the whole, there was no change at all in the concept of a higher plane. The flames of war were still burning the entire void front line. The power of order and chaos had turned into the largest storm that swept the entire void into it, wreaking havoc. If they stopped, it would be equivalent to death. No one wanted to see that kind of ending, so they could only press forward with all their might. Yuan Kong slowly closed her little notebook and looked up at the battle that was so intense that they could no longer participate in it. She breathed a long sigh of relief. To leave behind a trail to record the progress of the world, to replace those who had already passed away. It was a mission she had given herself. She did not wish to see that when everything came to an end, there was no one in this world who had left behind this piece of history. A figure shimmering with golden light slowly emerged from the space beside him, accompanied by a faint, holy murmur. When Yuan Kong saw his big sister coming out, he hurriedly put away his little notebook and hurriedly tidied up his appearance so that he didn't look so flowery before going up to greet her. "Big sister, what's the situation up ahead?" The little angel had just returned to the realm of order when she heard Yuan Kong's voice. She tilted her head and looked at Yuan Kong. Her voice was calm as she said, "What else could it be? They have been attacking for tens of thousands of years. It's even more frenzied than the 100 million years ago. The rules in the void have gone crazy, constantly switching between order and chaos. It has already broken apart a few times, and the speed of recovery can't keep up with the speed of collapse." She paused for a moment as the holy power from her body swept out like a storm, all of it surging into the realm of order, the realm that was still fluctuating intensely under the impact of the power of chaos suddenly stabilized. Yuan Kong saw that and quickly stepped forward to help strengthen the realm of order. "Big sister, you need to rest. Aren't you also struggling?" The little angel looked at the front and replied. Yuan Kong heard that and smiled bitterly. Although he hurriedly tidied himself up, there was no way he could hide it in front of his big sister. She also raised her head and looked at the void in front of her. The frenzied battle. It was dazzling. There were too many things in the range of her eyes that were mixed together, colliding in the void and becoming a pot of void soup. The point of convergence of the impact formed a huge vortex that was constantly tearing the void apart, sucking in all the elements contained within and crushing them, leaving nothing behind. The power of order is retreating. The pressure on the front line is going to exceed the threshold. Yuan Kong whispered and sighed in distress. "Are we going to retreat again? It hasn't been that long since the last time the Void Seal retreated." Hearing that, the little angel could only remain silent. The power of the underworld attacking the Void Seal was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, it reached the point where the Void Seal could not hold on as a whole. As a result, the frequency of the Void Seal retreating was also increasing. Although the last time it retreated was already a few thousand years ago, but compared to the hundreds of millions of years that had passed, these few thousand years could not even be considered as a thread. Right now, this void was almost broken. The power of order and chaos were once again on the same plane of standards. The rules of order could no longer affect the power of the abyss of death mist. This was also the main reason why the pressure on them was increasing. Originally, when the abyss of death mist and the others were fighting away from the Void Seal, they would be restricted by the rules of order and be weakened. Right now, the rules of the Void Seal had already collapsed. There was no distinction between order and chaos. It was a blank space. Therefore, there was no such thing as restriction and weakening. To the army of manifestations, they were slowly recovering their strength. On the other hand, this was not good news for the world of order. Bang! The chaos energy from the pseudo-Yuanshar tier violently crashed into the realm of order. The energy of the entire order node began to move in an instant. The Origin Holy Temple and the Origin Energy Tower flickered with the radiance of energy. It did not take much effort to resist this attack. This was just a lucky chaos energy that had broken through the realm of order's blockade. At least at this stage, it was not common for the chaos energy to directly crash into the realm of order. When the chaos energy and the army of manifestations directly crashed into the realm of order, it would be time for them to retreat. If they did not retreat now, they would have to stay here. The realm of order has stabilized. It can hold on for a little longer. I'll go to the Origin Holy Temple to help deal with the energy tower. After leaving her voice, the little angel disappeared with a swoosh as Yuan Kong hurriedly waved her hand to ask her to stay. Yuan Kong could only smile bitterly. Big idiot, come back quickly. Yuan Kong rubbed her face and smiled bitterly. Ever since the big idiot had completely collapsed, her sister had been forcing herself. Her sister, who did not like to charge and break through the enemy lines on the battlefield, was the same as her. She forced herself, who was not good at fighting, to become a warrior. Sigh. Yuan Kong let out a long sigh. She took out her little notebook and flipped through it from back to front. After flipping through it for a while, she suddenly felt a little bored. She looked at herself, who was still in a state of recovery and would not be able to fight again for a while. Then she looked at the fierce battle that was still in a stalemate. She turned and headed for Zero City. Near the tower at the center of Zero City, there was a place covered by a transparent and illusory energy domain. The entire wide area was filled with 3 huge temples that were only visible as white clouds. But despite being transparent buildings, one could not directly see what the internal structure was like. The entire area was shrouded in clouds, and there was a soft whisper that brushed past one's ears like the whispers of the wind. Those were the meaningless whispers of countless souls, only to inform those who approached that they were there. Yuan Kong landed in front of the spiritual temple. Suppressing all the energy in her body, she headed straight for the temple in the center. Pushing open the door, she passed through various sections of the temple and arrived at the deepest part of the temple. Her footsteps, which were as fast as flying, suddenly slowed down a lot. She quietly pushed open the last door, took a deep breath, and slowly walked in. The last section of the temple. Well, in fact, there were not that many sections in the first place. But after listening to the opinions and suggestions of a lot of people, the big idiot left it to them to change. Thus, she used the rules to divide the area. Only a small portion of the people were divided into different sections, while the majority of the people were gathered in a large area. These many small sections were mostly for the convenience of letting the small groups know where the sole imprint of their group was placed. In case someone died in battle, they could come over and wait. But this function was rarely used. After all, Most of the time was spent fighting in the front lines, while the people resurrected in the spiritual temple would naturally return to the front lines. The last section was a rather small hall that could only allow 20 to 30 people to stand there. There was still enough space to move around. At this moment, in the center of the hall, a figure wearing a scarlet dress dotted with dark golden patterns was kneeling. Qing Huang. Yuan Kong slowly walked over and knelt beside that person. She raised her head and looked at the soul that was still churning in the air. "How is see you?" Feng Qing Huang slowly opened her eyes and softly replied, "Almost done. Just a little while more, and the reconstruction will be complete." Yuan Kong stretched out her hand and poked the ground a few times before muttering in a low voice, "Will there really not be any abnormalities left? I don't know much about the spiritual temple, although I do believe in the big idiot's creation." Feng Qing Huang shook her head. "It's all right. Everyone has been through this for a long time. Naturally, there won't be any problems this time." "All right." Yuan Kong sighed as he stared at the soul mark that had already grown to a very large size. He could not help but sigh again. What happened that day was still vivid in his mind. Nonsense, that was 3 days ago. No matter how forgetful one was, it was impossible to forget such a major event immediately. Perhaps it was because everyone was forcing themselves to walk the path of the big idiot. Siyu was also doing her best to force herself to do the same. Something happened so suddenly that no one could react in time to save her. Things like death were already normal in the Void frontlines. Apart from the people at the peak who couldn't afford to have any accidents, everyone else had more or less died a few times. They were just a rather special group of people who had received special care, so they didn't experience that kind of thing. Death is nothing more than a state. In reality, it's just a matter of sending people away. In any case, with the existence of the spiritual temple, the boundary between life and death has already been blurred. As for now, death and whatnot, you'll get used to it. But if there's nothing else, it's better for you not to experience it. Just live well. The big idiot's words were still faintly echoing in their ears. Those were words left behind many years ago. Creak! A sound suddenly came from the door, startling Feng Qing Huang and Yuan Kong. Usually no one would come here, so they turned their heads curiously. A figure with long platinum hair slowly walked in. Her body was still stained with the aura of collapsed energy. She had just retreated from the battlefield. At first, she carefully pushed the door open, but when she saw that there were other people inside, she immediately opened the door. "You're here too. I retreated with heavy injuries, so I came to take a look." Yuan Kong grinned. She looked at Dao Heaven, who was also not in a very good state. "You were pushed down as well." "Yeah. I exhausted all my strength and was forcefully thrown back." Dao Heaven scratched his head awkwardly. Although there were always idiots who recklessly unleashed their power in the Void frontlines, and in the end did not even have the strength to run and needed help to throw them back, Dao Heaven still experienced being thrown back. It could not be helped. The battle during this period was too fierce and too intense, and they would forget about themselves when they fought. Especially for someone like her who relied on her spiritual power to survive. She really did not know her own name when she fought. Sir Hui and the others have also given the order to retreat. I came back to help deal with the Realm of Order, so I came to take a look. Dao Heaven walked to the two and slowly sat down. "How is that girl see you?" Yuan Kong thought for a moment. "She's about to be born." Feng Qing Huang and Dao Heaven were speechless. Although the reconstruction of the spiritual temple did look like it was born from a soul imprint, it still felt weird to say it out loud. Feng Qing Huang raised her hand and patted Yuan Kong's head. She then turned to Dao Heaven. "Retreat. If we continue to retreat," Yuan Kong's expression became a lot more serious. Her voice was heavy. "Behind is the second line of defense. It's the first line of defense left behind by Big Brother. This teleportation does not require any space or void preparations. The Void Seal and all the realms of order have already been prepared to teleport to the second line of defense. Once the front line is ready, it will teleport. Before she finished speaking, the space suddenly trembled slightly. It was like a small-scale earthquake. Dao Heaven and Feng Qinghuang's expressions froze. Just as they adjusted their expressions, they suddenly felt the power of order increase by a few levels. The power of order and laws rose to another level in an instant. It was as if they had returned to the upper planes. Could it be that they had retreated to the upper planes in one go? Life forms of order in the world of order would not have a difference in power just because they were in the upper, middle, and lower planes. However, if they were in a low-density realm of energy for a long time, they would feel refreshed when they went to a high-density realm of energy. That was more or less what it meant. However, if people who were born in the lower and middle planes went to the upper planes, they would indeed be strengthened because of the difference in power between the realms of order and laws. A part of it. It's the second line of defense. Big Sister said that the idiot built the second line of defense using the laws and powers of the upper planes, so Yuan Kong did not finish her sentence. She suddenly stopped. Feng Qinghuang was startled as well. Suddenly, an extremely familiar presence spread throughout the entire space. That familiar presence, Feng Qinghuang, subconsciously looked down at the pendant. The cloud of consciousness was still surging. There was not much movement. Ever since the cloud of consciousness stabilized, it seemed to be reconstructing the laws. That was why it had not changed for tens of thousands of years. It had always been the same cloud of consciousness. Obviously, this familiar presence did not come from it. This proved that they had indeed arrived at the second line of defense, the fortress that he had meticulously built. This place had countless marks that he had left behind. Coming out from the spiritual temple, the familiar presence was even clearer. They could clearly feel that it was flowing freely in the entire void. Countless energy marks emerged from the void, flashing together with the colorful energy of origin. The energy of order, laws, and energy had all been raised to a level that ordinary environments could not reach. The entire void was filled with the energy of origin, but everyone was able to come in contact with it without being affected. After the marks appeared, huge energy circles appeared one after another. They appeared crazily inside the void. The circles of various sizes formed a huge canopy in front of them, surrounding the sky. The overflowing energy of origin and power of order dazed everyone. It was as if they had inadvertently seen that figure standing in front of the entire void, as if he was in charge of the entire line of defense. This is the power that Maple left behind. So this is what the second line of defense is all about. Hui, Jingyan, and the others who had just finished the transfer of the void sealing circle and stabilized themselves, looked at the Taoist arrays that were still emerging from the void, densely covering every inch of the void. It looked, just by looking at it, one could tell that it had a very terrifying impact force. 1, 2, 3. There are more than 120,000 arrays left in the nodes. There are more than 1 trillion enchantments left. And this is just the base number. Who knows if the little brother has left any other arrangements in the dark? Jingyan looked at the endless arrays that were emerging like snow. She could not help but smile bitterly. This power, and these were not just defensive arrays. There were also a considerable number of arrays that were used to strengthen the power of order and laws. As expected of the little brother, who had the title of the Emperor of Arrays. The feedback from the other nodes is almost the same. The number of arrays, I haven't calculated it yet, but 1 trillion. Jingyan's voice was interrupted by another soft and light voice. They turned around. The little angel was slowly descending from the void. The sacred sword burning with golden flames in her hand slowly dissipated. She walked forward slowly, looked at them, and said, "The second line of defense and the third line of defense were set up by him and me before the war with the Abyss Death Mist. The number of arrays left here in the entire second line of defense is 1 trillion. The third line of defense is located near the center of the upper plane. The number of arrays there is 10 times more than here. Everyone, just how crazy was this guy to be able to do such a thing that was completely inhumane? The little angel shook her head helplessly when she saw their shocked expressions. These 2 lines of defense were the craziest and most painstaking preparations he had made to resist the dream. That's right. From the beginning, he had planned to overthrow the established reality of the dream. It was his obsession and also her obsession. After he had obtained various powers during that period of time, these 2 lines of defense had also been updated to a corresponding degree. At this moment, the lines of defense were impenetrable walls constructed with origin energy. They are planning to fight to the death. Jing Yin coughed softly as she came back to her senses. This level of defensive power, should be the first checkpoint. If everything is calculated according to Brother's method, and according to Brother's plan, this line of defense has to hold for more than an era. During this period, we have to do our best to reduce the power of the abyss death mist to a certain extent. Otherwise, his efforts would have been wasted. As for the third line of defense, Jingyan paused for a moment. Her voice was somber. That is, the place where we are risking our lives. If the third line of defense is breached, the world of order would not have much power left to continue resisting. That would be the last line of defense. Phew! Regardless, let's adjust according to the previous method. Jing Yuanji, Maple has given you the authority of the second and third line of defense. Go and check if there is anything unusual at the second line of defense. Adjust the void seal and the current rules and order of the line of defense. We will deal with the arrays and the energy towers. We could not help but smile bitterly. Although there is a considerable amount of military power left behind, we still have to do our best to organize and distribute it. That bastard Maple is not here. We have to adjust it ourselves. The little angel was silent. She turned back to look at the direction of the spiritual temple and slowly closed her eyes. Are you all right? How much longer? Until you come back. They had already retreated to the second line of defense. She was not very clear about the situation at the second line of defense. Moreover, without his guidance, the road ahead would be very difficult. No matter what, they must hold this line of defense until he comes back. Chapter 1697. The second line of defense of the Void Seal. That was the most insane act of resistance after the fantasy of twisting reality and reality into one's desired ending had grown to a certain extent. With her and his power as the core, it was a fortress that had been created countless times and countless times. Trillions of magic circles were spread across the nodes of the entire void frontline, turning into a boundless canopy. The Great Wall of Hope. Yao Guang looked at the abyssal death mist spawns that were stubbornly resisting and charging at the order domain through the vast array of magic circles. Her gaze suddenly became a little dazed as she thought of the radiance of the Great Wall of Hope that shrouded her entire vision. The Great Wall of Hope that she had known before had been replaced countless times by the power of laws. Perhaps its outer appearance was still its outer appearance, but its inner appearance was no longer what it used to be and was countless times more powerful than before. Even so, when she personally witnessed the scenes before her, the great wall that was formed by the magic circles that poured out incomparably violent power in battle, the unreasonable resistance that held up the entire void frontline, she sincerely felt that perhaps the scene before her, the wall before her eyes, was the true Great Wall of Hope, and the one who had forged it had long since. "Little girl, don't be distracted. It's still far from the time to relax. Don't stop the energy flames that are covering the void ahead." The captain's stern reminder jolted Yao Guang back to her senses. She controlled the magic circles and energy towers in front of her to pour energy into the black dots that were charging at her like lightning bolts. Even as she attacked, she replied loudly, "Yes, very sorry." The captain was a middle-aged Empyrean god of origin, a warrior from the divine realm. However, she had long since learned that the so-called age of appearance, well, it was just to fool ghosts. That was not important. Huh, what's wrong? Thinking of the little boyfriend that slipped away from your hands? Or your family and friends that you haven't caught yet? The middle-aged man used his loud laughter to express his anger, roaring as he unleashed violent order energy attacks at the army of spawns. That's not a problem. Live with a smile. Live with a smile, and then vent all your anger and depression on the enemy's head. Just press it down in the void and beat it up. Yao Guang smiled bitterly and carefully controlled the array formation that they were in charge of. Then he glanced at the colorful array formation and sighed softly. I just thought of Big Brother Fengling. Feng Darren. Oh, speaking of which, I heard from Jing Zunshin that you and Feng Darren are quite close. The middle-aged uncle suddenly understood something. He let out a long, oh, and then let out a long sigh. Master Feng. I don't know when he'll come back. Yao Guang let out a long sigh. On the day of his accident, she also had mixed feelings. This was probably the same as the people at the front line of the void. If they were close, it was only because they knew each other and had a one-sided longing for each other. The change in the way she addressed him was only because he found it awkward to call her senior and asked her to change the way she addressed him. They were strangers who knew each other. However, to her, he was related to the change of fate. It was a fact that could not be forgotten. Yao Guang shook her head. The team leader did not continue the topic. Every time they talked about him, the topic would be forcefully cut off. That was because there was nothing to talk about. The resentment in their hearts would be vented through the power of the weapon in their hands. They did not need more words to express their emotions. Getting rid of the abyss death mist was the only thing they needed to do to mourn that lord. Are you all right now? Yao Guang looked up and murmured softly in her heart. Her gaze could not find a single empty spot in the distant void. She could only reminisce a little in this chaotic and boundless place. Then she continued her battle, spreading the angry roar of the magic circle across the void with her team. Energy shift to the right by 3 void coordinates. Origin energy tower condensing. All personnel evacuate. Order disintegration ready. 3, 2, 1. Everyone close your eyes and block off the rules. Order disintegration activated. As if there were billions of blue needles condensed from energy surging out from a magic circle that was more than 1,000,000 miles in diameter. The densely packed blue needles that filled the void condensed into a huge energy beam with countless small holes in it. It whistled forward, bringing with it endless rumbling sounds as it struck the great wall of void and order energy in front of them. The moment those fearless manifestations charged into the torrent, they were reduced to ashes without even leaving behind a cloud of energy. The blue energy beam that was moving horizontally in the void was like a huge energy sword that split the void in front of them into 2. Everything in front of them became gray, losing all color. Even the flow of energy could not be seen with the naked eye. Hui Jun, continue to shift the energy of order disintegration. Hit me here. Don't worry, I'll watch over here. Quick! Hui Jun waved his hand. Cancel the energy supply of all magic circles around us. Let the power of order disintegration continue to expand. Continue to spread it forward. But Lord Hui, continue to increase the power of order disintegration. Even the rules of order in the void in front of us will be. Don't worry about that. I have my own plans. Now, hit Jingyin with all your might. Yes, God. After the blue energy torrent received more energy output than it was originally locked on, it gradually turned into a colorful energy current within a few seconds. Those thin silver needles and small energy beams could no longer be seen. Within the range of the energy torrent's roar, there was only a dense and seamless giant wave that continuously crashed into the void in front of them. Standing in the middle of an army of tens of thousands, Jingyin, who was surrounded by hundreds of magic circles and had attracted the hatred of countless people, was now desperately releasing the power of order to attract the army of manifestations around her. She was leading her own people to fight against a dozen fledglings. However, they could only fight to a stalemate, unable to find a way to win in such a short period of time. However, after Jingyin found out that a round of order disintegration had been launched from behind her, she immediately thought of a very fun method: let the order disintegration attack her. She did not know if it was because she had been in contact with this little brother too much, but she would definitely not do such a risky method in the past. That light beam could disintegrate and wipe out any part of the power of order from the conceptual level of the rules. It belonged to the type that would kill a whole lot of people just by brushing against it. Even if they were thousands of miles away, they would still vomit blood and be heavily injured. However, considering that they were fighting desperately in the abyss of death fog right now, she did not care about whether it was dangerous or not. 1. A strange energy humming sound instantly pierced through the void, as if some kind of violent phenomenon had suddenly occurred, causing Jingyin and those fledglings to be stunned. However, there were countless manifestations acting as barriers between this place and the scene on the other side of the void, so they could only sense that something was approaching them. Something was happening, but they had no way of knowing what exactly was happening. They could vaguely feel that something was very dangerous. Taking advantage of the fledglings being stunned for a moment, Jingyin swung her hand and threw out a magic circle beside her. The spiraling magic circle released powerful origin energy and order power, turning into countless order chains that were tens of thousands of feet long, sealing and binding the entire domain. After that, the chains tightened fiercely, seizing the opportunity when the fledglings were stunned for a second time. Jingyin hurriedly retreated when they began to attack the order chains 1 second late. Everyone retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Don't let the order disintegration touch you. The colorful beam of light that contained endless order destruction and destructive energy was like an energy longsword that cut through the void, splitting countless manifestations along with the void. Jingyin had just sensed that the aura was approaching to the extent that it made her scalp tingle when she hurriedly pulled her people and retreated. She did not even have time to shout anything before she took the core of the newly formed order domain and fled without a trace. The majestic energy longsword slashed down in front of her with an aura that could split the heavens and earth, tearing the billions of manifestations in front of her into pieces. The sealed order domain was also instantly drowned by the colorful light, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. After that energy long sword slashed past, countless remnants of origin energy and order power surged in all directions like a hurricane, scattering the formation of the army of manifestations. Such a situation was still a daily occurrence. Yes, it was really a daily occurrence. The aftermath of the order energy is still as violent as ever. The abyssal death fog's reaction within the coordinate range has all disappeared, and the rules of order have received less than 5% of the impact. The situation is good. Thank you for the help from the rear. Next, we will begin to establish temporary order nodes. The spreading energy will cause the manifestations from other places to gather here. It's up to you, Jun. Just do it. If a single manifestation comes within 10,000 miles of you, consider it my loss. Hui waved his hand and shouted, "The time is ripe." All the order nodes standing in the void will be activated at the same time. Activate all of them. Attract all the manifestations to the place where they should go. Aim the origin energy towers at those fledglings that do not move. Bury them in the void. In the pitch-black void, colorful energy stars suddenly shot up into the sky, hanging high in the void, releasing a colorful brilliance that was enough to illuminate the entire battlefield. The order power that was so dense that it could not be dispersed, the power of the rules of order, had only just spread out, but it had already caused the eyes of the manifestations that came into contact with it to turn black. The manifestations that originally only had a little bit of intelligence and spirituality were instantly beaten back to the level of being brainless. They recklessly rushed toward the place where the origin energy and the endless order power were emitting. The commotion was similar to that of a cafeteria having a meal. That commotion looks really exaggerated. Jingyan stood at a distant place and looked at the commotion in the void. Her cheeks could not help but twitch. In such a vast place, after repeatedly clearing out and attacking the enemy's position, they had left behind a hidden domain of order. At this moment, they had activated all of them at the same time. With such a large-scale operation, if the enemy really did not react at all, unless they planned to surrender, just the overly dense aura of order was enough to make all the manifestations go crazy. The order to destroy order that was rooted in the rules of order caused them to recklessly rush toward those order nodes, spraying the aura of death and destruction towards those order nodes. As a result, the place where he was setting up the order nodes was completely ignored by everyone. Even the fledglings did not come here to disturb them. How's the situation? There shouldn't be any manifestations or fledglings coming over to disturb you, right? Hui Jun's voice rang out in his soul. He could not help but smile bitterly. He nodded and replied, "The situation is going well. This should be the last one, right?" According to the calculations, it should be the last one. Yes, I have just finished confirming all the other nodes. It is indeed the last one. Hui Jun nodded and said worriedly, "There shouldn't be any problems, right? Theoretically speaking. As for how much of a theoretical situation it can achieve, it is still up for debate. Anyway, the direction of the operation will not be wrong. There must not be any mistakes," Jingyin said in a low voice. She placed the magic circles of the little brother into the center of the order, node one by one in order. The origin energy and dense order energy began to spread around the node. The people guarding the surroundings immediately opened up a barrier of order to seal the node. It has been set up for 200,000 years. If there is any mistake, I will immediately jump into the tide of darkness and learn from you, little brother. I will not turn back until I die. Good resolve. Hui Jun smiled bitterly and shook his head. He waved his hand to let the magic circles around him begin to charge. This is the Guardian. We are here to confirm the situation of the order nodes to the entire void frontline. Please ensure that the order nodes are still intact under the attack of the group of gluttons. If there is more than 10% damage, report immediately. Final confirmation. The confirmation of void nodes 51 to 91 has been completed. The damage rate of all nodes is less than 1%. Void nodes 300 to 400 are on standby. Only one node has a damage rate of less than 5%. Now mobilizing power to interfere with part of it, the situation will not continue to worsen. The order nodes from node 1000 to void node 1300 are also safe and sound. All the manifestations have been trapped in the void trap in front of the nodes. Information after information was transmitted to Hui Jun's soul through soul transmission. He slowly took a deep breath. Although he wanted to learn from Maple and look down on the entire battlefield through the origin sanctum, it was still difficult for him to do that. He could only repeatedly confirm at the last moment. As for what the countless order nodes that he had spent 200,000 years to bury were used for, other than to destroy the spawns and fledglings, what else could they be used for? It was nothing more than changing the method. Either he let them walk into the trap or he let them line up to die. Hui Jun, this side is done. All the order nodes are in a state of resonance. All the order precepts are under our control. This part of the void is now under our control. After confirming the news from Jingyan that it was done, Hui Jun took a deep breath. He gently reached out his hand and pressed it on a colorful magic circle that was only the size of a wash basin. Divine energy madly surged into it. He muttered to himself in a low voice, 200,000 years. I've waited for this day for so long. Sometimes, even if there are no conditions, You still have to make up the conditions to make things happen. Just like now. The colorful magic circle trembled slightly. Energy runes leaped nimbly within the magic circle. Countless energy runes spread out and took root in the void. A circle of energy halo spread out silently. Along the nodes, it connected all the nodes that were set up in the void. The light flashed with an extremely destructive aura. Without Maple here, we can't use that kind of clearing thing casually. If we use order, disintegration, too much, our order precepts will need time to slowly recover. We can't rely on it. It's not good for a long battle. So, we still need a skill to clear things out. Among the trillions of magic circles that Maple left behind, I found the radiance of that shining truth. Hui Jun took a deep breath. He stretched out his right hand. The little angel, who was watching from the side, looked at him speechlessly. She sighed and handed the Netherworld Ruin sword over. Hui Jun took the Netherworld Ruin sword and swung it in a circle with his right hand. After that, he raised it up high. The colorful magic circle emitted an extremely dazzling light. Wisps of aura came from the depths of the void and resonated with it. Now, the future is in front of us. I can already foresee the scene of the void collapsing. Hui Jun held the Netherworld Ruin sword in a reverse grip. With a loud shout, he stabbed the sword into the colorful magic circle. A vast and violent energy of order destruction suddenly erupted. At the same time, a thick layer of golden energy barrier appeared around all the order warriors and order precepts in the void, isolating the world. Void, order origin. The golden energy abruptly exploded in the shape of a sphere. The vast and boundless energy of order, wrapped in the destructive force of laws, swept towards the edge of the void. The countless order nodes placed in the void lit up with extremely dazzling radiance, as if suns had suddenly appeared in the void. Moments later, beams of energy shot out from them towards both ends. The vast divine origin and order energies condensed into one, turning into an endless storm that swept across the entire front line of the void. The storm of order generated by the countless order nodes devoured the void, devouring all the abyssal death mist spawns within its range. All death mist spawns have been destroyed to 100%. The primeval spawns have all been destroyed. The fledglings are all heavily injured. We'll count them later. Brothers, let's grab our weapons and crush those fledglings to death in the void. All abyssal death mist activity within the observable void has been reduced to 0. The order precepts have been completely restored. Take this opportunity to expand the order precepts. Emergency repair. Move all origin energy towers and energy towers to the edge to guard the border. After confirming that the abyssal death mist derivative has retreated, the remnants of the defeated army will gradually collapse under the energy shockwaves. Ignore them and continue to set up order nodes. Let them drift into the depths of the enemy's domain along with the energy. This is the perfect opportunity. Where's my sword? I'm dizzy from the waves. Where's my sword? The entire void was stirred up by the mighty scour of order. Countless people in the world of order expressed that this was a very familiar scene. Even though due to various reasons, the impact of the destruction of order was limited and weakened by a little, its might was still strong enough. It was a force that they weren't familiar with, but it didn't matter. They just needed to get used to it, slowly. Cleaning up the battlefield can make you say something so epic. Jing Yan's voice was filled with unusual complexity. She could not help but sigh and shake her head. She smoothed her hair that was messed up by the impact of the order destruction. Hui Jun, when Lil Bro stabbed down with his sword, it was definitely not like this. Hui Shoujian rolled his eyes at him across the void and muttered, "Damn it, Maple's sword strike was meant to crush everything within the range of the void into ashes. That aura was meant to stun both sides. That was completely excessive damage. We are different. Jing Yin rubbed her chin and thought that it made sense. Lil, Bro's version of the original order of nothingness, when he stabbed down with his sword, let alone the void. Even the void would be dried up. Furthermore, some of her own people might not be able to get close to the order realm in time, and would be pushed into the void to take a bath. In comparison, Hui Jun's version of the original order of nothingness was gentler. Well, at least it was gentler to her own people. However, on the contrary, its destructive power and range were also weakened. Compared to the real original order of nothingness, its power is more than 100 times weaker. Its range of influence is more than 1,000 times smaller, and its destructive power to the order is also less than 100 times weaker. She glanced at a certain fellow who was wielding the netherworld ruined sword and poured a bucket of cold water on him. It's only because we don't have enough duplicates to deal with the second defense line that the effect is so obvious. If it were any other place, the impact of order would have been weakened by the sheer number of mountains and seas on the other side. Hui Shoujian smiled bitterly and held his head. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. I'll think of a way to increase the power, okay? This is just the first version I've tried. Give me some time to adapt and adjust. It will definitely not be weaker than your Maple's move, really. Little Angel sighed and shook her head. I'm just telling you the details. I don't mean anything else. Jingyin took the opportunity to check the order destruction node while they were talking about the attack. After a while, she nodded. The power of the order destruction node has a restorative effect on the rules of order and the creations of order. You don't have to worry about repairing the order destruction node after using it a few times. That way, it won't have much strategic value. Your aura has also left a mark on the order destruction node. Next time, you don't have to let the order destruction node appear in advance. Otherwise, the enemy will be able to react in advance to avoid it, and the effect will be greatly reduced. Think of a way to adjust the energy released by the order destruction node and adjust the situation of the magic circle. It should be able to increase the range of the impact of the order destruction node. As for the destructive power, increasing it by 10 or 20 times should be enough. For the current second line of defense, there's no need to increase the destructive power. It's still difficult for them to form an army and rush to the front of the blockade. Therefore, increasing the destructive power of the order destruction node should be enough. There's also the concealment ability of the order destruction node. If it's discovered and destroyed, it won't be fun. Phew. It's fine as long as there's a way to improve it. We should be able to find a way by looking at the magic circle left by Maple. Hui Shoujian stood in the void with both hands on the sword hilt. He let out a long sigh. Now that we have a big move to clear the field, we should be able to relax for a period of time. Oh, by the way, Hui Jun, be careful not to be squeezed dry. You don't have the capacity of little brother. Hui Shoujian smiled bitterly. It seemed that he still had to think of a way to fix the problem of his energy capacity. Oh my God! Was he going to use Maple's method of torturing him on himself? Chapter 1698. Listen up, rookies. I've been repeating this for billions of times in the front lines of the void, but I'll still repeat it every time a newcomer enters the battlefield. Carve this sentence firmly in your mind. This battlefield is different from all the battles you've encountered in your own world. Don't use your narrow vision to judge this battle. In this front line where trillions of objects rise and fall like waves, this is a completely new domain that you've never come into contact with. Throw away the pride and arrogance in your heart. That will only make you die faster in the void. Newcomers, please come this way. Don't block the people behind. There's still many places in front, so please don't stop at the plaza. You still have many things to deal with and learn. If there's nothing else, please don't look at the void portal. Don't touch it. Don't touch that void coordinate circle. Don't use your weak power of laws to mess around with the teleportation circle. I'm telling you to go forward, you bastard. Listen up. It doesn't matter if you're rookies, rising stars, saviors, saints, sages, or whatever you call yourself in your own world. You're just a fresh army that can protect yourselves here. You're not the main force, and you're not the fulcrum of the battlefield. Don't think that the void revolves around you. Not everything will go according to your wishes. Those who don't take this battlefield seriously have already died in the spiritual temple more than 5 digits. If you're here to play and gain experience, then leave while you can. This is not a place for you to play. Everyone who comes here must be prepared to die. Those who don't have the corresponding awareness, go back to your home world and enjoy your old age. Don't be a hindrance here. Chatter and chatter. The teleportation plaza that was filled with countless lives was currently in a state of chaos, with the scene of endless energy rumbling in the distant void as the background. It was still in a state of battle. The battle at the second defensive line never stopped. The tide of darkness never stopped attacking, while the second defensive line resisted with all their might. Both sides were pouring out their power in a frenzy, but no one could do anything to the other. The world of order still had the upper hand, and the tide of darkness was still endless. The situation did not seem to have changed. As for why there was such a ruckus, how should one explain this? It was not known whether the 50% of the living beings in the world of order had realized the hidden meaning of this war, or if they had come here with their own intentions. In any case, since many years ago, another portion of the living beings in the world of order had suddenly gathered towards the front lines of the void, without any warning or time for anyone to react. At first, it was only a small group of scattered individuals who came and went. However, it had been like that since a long time ago. There would always be scattered individuals who would come and leave. However, from the time when the sudden movement began, the number of scattered individuals had increased by several times, until one day, groups of order beings began to arrive at the front line of the void. Some were from the same forces in the same world, while some were from the same region of the void. Those who arrived early had already adapted to the rhythm of the void and were fighting in the void. As for the others, they were either in a state of adaptation or were about to report. At first, it was a little troublesome. They did not know how to deal with these order beings who came from the rear to support and cause trouble. It was only after they realized that even if some of them were to leave, the second line of defense would not have a hole in it that they boldly sent a group of people to welcome and settle these guests from the world of order. It was a very happy thing to have a backup force. However, there was no one here who knew about the war between order and chaos, which made them a little sad. In other words, they could not immediately become a force on the front line of the void. They would need to go through a period of training before they could be. It was the same even if there were high-tier Empyrean gods among them. If they did not hurry up and deal with them before they were sent to the battlefield, it would be sending them to their deaths. Don't think that coming here is something you can brag about. Don't think that just because you're here, you're a legend. On the battlefield of the void, only death and destruction are allowed. I advise you to throw away those whimsical vanities and daydreams. If you can't throw them away, I'll say it again. Please turn around and go back. Otherwise, you'll only lose your life for nothing. Although some things are true, if you say it out loud, won't it hurt the morale of these newcomers? On the city wall, Yuan Kong was lying on the battlements as he looked down at the square where the void portals converged. He spoke to Siyu and Feng Qinghuang beside him. They're already adult gods. If they can't even accept reality, what's the point of coming here? Siyu ran her fingers through her hair as her jade-like hands played with her bangs. If they can't accept the fact that their bodies are standing in the clouds in their own world and nameless soldiers in the front line of the void, they won't be able to understand the value of their bodies. If they can't find their place in the front line of the void, they will only cause trouble for everyone. Billions of worlds are gathered here. Those who can come here are all representatives of their own world. Being coy, pretentious, self-righteous in front of the warriors of other worlds is a disgrace to their own world. No matter who they are, no matter what they are in their own world, they should quickly understand where they belong here. Are they dissatisfied? No problem. First, I'll fight the instructors and captains. If I win, I'll fight the soldiers who have been fighting on the front lines for 3 billion years without rest. If I win, I'll fight the low-level commanders, then the mid-level commanders, then the high-level commanders, and then Big Sister Jing and the others. Finally, there's Big Brother Jing and Sir Hui. If they all succeed, I'll present the Nether Void sword to you. Siyu crossed her arms and pointed at the Netherworld ruin, sword floating beside her. When the time comes, it's not impossible for me to give up my position as the commander-in-chief of the Void frontline. Feng Qinghuang and Yuan Kong could not help but smile bitterly. If it was not because he was not around, there would be another level. I think the previous batch of newcomers is quite good. 30 to 40% of them have already taken up their positions in the front line of the Void frontline. They have been fighting alongside the warriors of order for many years. So far, I haven't heard any news of them dying more than 3 digits. Qing Yu said as she straightened her white robe. That's because most of the previous batch of newcomers came from the Cloud Continent. There's another one, the world, that was shaken off the timeline by the origin energy. Most of them have come in contact with us before, so they know the dangers of the power that is wreaking havoc in the Void. Earlier, we thought that they would come to the front line of the Void very soon, but we didn't expect it to be so soon. Siyu tilted her head and replied. Then she continued to nag. Unlike these locusts, all they can do is jump around. What's the point of showing off in front of the warriors of order? If you're so good, why don't you rush over and fight the abyssal death mist with bayonets? Feng Qinghuang tilted her head in confusion. Then she whispered, it sounds like you have something against the newcomers. What happened? Siyu gritted her teeth. She didn't want to say anything, but when she saw the 3 of them looking at her curiously, she hesitated. After a while, she mumbled, "A month ago, some guy from some unknown world broke out of the city of Node Zero. He went straight to the front line and started to talk nonsense. A month ago, there were tens of thousands of primeval spawns and hundreds of primeval life forms. All of them gathered their strength to attack the realm of order of Node Zero. The place where he went to cause trouble was where Sister Jing was guarding. I don't need to say anything else. After that, Sister Jing rested in the realm of order for 2 days before she recovered. You know that?" Yuan Kong's face twitched. "I know that Sister Jing was suddenly seriously injured, but we didn't know what happened during that period of time. We had to retreat to deal with the realm of Node Zero, so we didn't know what happened. After that, we saw that she was fine, so we didn't pay much attention to it. Everyone was busy with their own things. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I even suspect that he was sent by the other side." Siyu crossed her arms and muttered angrily, "Anyway, I have a problem with it. I have a big problem with it. I learned from Little Star to be stubborn and stubborn. I have a problem with these idiotic and self-righteous people." Feng Qinghuang reached out and patted Siyu's head and shrugged. In fact, many worlds of the Order Void had never experienced an incident of the scale of the Death Mist. They also did not gather together to save themselves from the calamity. Those who came out from their own worlds had self-consciously positioned themselves as the top champions of the Void. They were proud and complacent. Even when they came to the Void, they thought that they had come to another place that was filled with the power of order. In fact, many of them had never even seen the power of chaos in their entire lives. They only had the most partial understanding of the battle going on in the Void. Naturally, they had no idea what kind of place they were in. Their arrogant habits in their own worlds had made it difficult for them to adapt to the extreme change from a sage to an ordinary soldier. Now, they had gathered together, just like when they were in the academy, to learn about new knowledge and information. They even squatted together to express their opinions. There would always be arrogant people who did not know their own place who would challenge the authority of the warriors of order. If it was a lower-level battle between order and chaos, it would be fine to just take a look at it. However, it was a battle that concerned the life and death of the entire Void. Hence, it was quite ignorant. It was normal for youngsters who had a little bit of strength to be disobedient, other than the one who went to the front line to cause trouble. The others who dared to stand out would be taken down by their respective guides in less than a second. Then they would be brutally beaten up on the ground. After that, they would be quiet. At the same time, the group of newbies would also understand that this place was filled with those who were stronger than them. It was best to tuck their tails between their legs and avoid being thrown into the void by a powerful being who knows how many times stronger than them. That is the reality. People are fickle, suspicious, and suspicious. It is the unchanging rhythm of the void. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. They will handle it well. The future world of order will also need this new power. Moreover, this part of things is relative. There will be those who do not follow the rules. Naturally, there will be those who understand and obey. They are already fighting in the front line of the void. Yuan Kong's nodding movement suddenly froze. He turned to look at the pendant hanging on Siyu's neck. How is the big idiot? It's already been 22. 3 billion years. It's about time something happened. Everyone turned to look at the purple-red pendant. Siyu's pretty face was complicated as she took it off and held it in her palm. When she looked inside, she saw a cluster of clouds emanating colorful light. It was still a cluster of clouds. It was a cluster of clouds 20 billion years ago, and it was still a cluster of clouds now. The only thing that changed was their perception. At first, it was just a cluster of consciousness. Now the aura of structure, order, and energy had all recovered. Even if it was the same cluster of clouds, its internal structure was not exactly the same. It should be recovering well. Siyu muttered uncertainly. On the surface, everything seems to have recovered. However, Little Star has not reconstructed his body. Not only that, his soul and spirit still seem to be in a state of deep slumber. I would like to look for Lord Hui, but the four of them turned to look at the side in silence. The destructive energy of order from billions of flickering magic circles penetrated deep into the void, colliding with the massive energy of chaos and causing a shocking explosion of energy that shook the entire void. It dried up the void and the void together. Countless scattered energies broke into the void and destroyed the rules of the void. Most of the aftershocks rushed towards the tide of darkness, causing countless manifestations to disintegrate and turn into dust. Yuan Kong laughed dryly. The battle is still intense. We might not be able to explore it for the time being, and there's no telling how long this assault would last. Qin Yu suddenly waved her hand to stop the conversation and raised it to the front. She put on a face that was eternally indifferent, but somehow solemn. "Please gather here," she said softly. "Node 0 is just ahead. There will be others who will lead you to where you need to go. First, deal with the problem of being in Node 0 and understand who you are. Tomorrow, you will have an entire day to understand the void frontline and the other side. Remember to be respectful and vigilant, for your ability is nothing before the forces of chaos on the other side. Now head forward." Siyu turned as Qin Yu spoke. It was a group of newcomers who had walked out of the teleportation square. They appeared to be rather quiet and were now looking at the edge of the node city. They would be able to enter Node 0 after some preparation, and there they would be able to understand everything that happened here. The young man who was walking at the front saluted Qin Yu and said, respectfully, "Thank you for the guidance." Looking at the newcomers who were about to enter Node 0, Feng Qinhuang whispered, "These people are quite obedient. Seems like they have been taught a lesson. Well, other than the one who spoke just now, don't you see that they all look dispirited after being beaten up?" Yuan Kong shrugged and sighed. "In the void, the bigger fist is the truth." That's what the big idiot said. But compared to them, these newcomers from the world of order are indeed not as good as the newcomers from the Cloud Continent and other places. It's not a matter of strength. It's their state of mind and attitude towards the things here. After the conversation was over, the things that happened here were just that. Well, They were supposed to guide the newcomers to Node Zero from various places. But when Siyu came out to pick up the newcomers and reminisce about the past, they all left their positions and gathered around Qingyu. Speaking of which, where is Dao Heaven? I haven't seen her much recently. She doesn't talk much. Siyu suddenly said. Seems like she is still persevering at the front line. She has been persevering for more than 10 billion years. I went to see her half a year ago. She has almost driven herself crazy. If she continues to push herself, she will turn into a big idiot sooner or later. Yuan Kong let out a long sigh and replied, The big idiot has not returned for a long time. It has affected her quite a lot. I heard from my sister that the big idiot was the one who dragged her out of the endless cycle of hell. She probably thinks of him as her faith and guide. Feng Qinghuang helped to send a group of newcomers away. When she came back, she added, You should say another one, right? That girl doesn't seem like it. Yuan Kong put his hands on his hips and snorted like an old man. Even if there is, it's only the kind that's been sealed away bit by bit, because she knows better than most that it's not something she should talk about now. Like Jingjia, she chose not to talk about anything because it's useless to talk about it. She'll only leave herself sad. This is the void, isn't it? Don't talk about the future. Just being able to see tomorrow is already a blessing from the gods. In this damned place that keeps triggering bastard events, it's already a series of small miracles that work. Even Jingjia is forcing herself, and we can only support her from behind. With that being mentioned, Siyu almost staggered and fell in the air. She rubbed her head in annoyance. Ugh, I'll reach reciprocity in a little more time. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to constantly fight on the front lines. How long is a little while? 5, 6, 10 billion years? Siyu scratched her pretty face and smiled bitterly. Yuan Kong could not help but let out a long sigh. This speed is really fast. Moreover, her reaching reciprocity also means that Feng Qinghuang is about to reach reciprocity as well. However, it still sounds very far away. Who knows what the second line of defense will be like in 50 or 60 billion years? Maybe it will explode. Maybe it will still be holding on. Maybe the big idiot will already be back. Well, there is no need to talk about this. Fighting spirit is very necessary. In this damned place where dreams are shattered and beliefs are destroyed, it is important to have a little obsession and a goal to keep fighting. After helping gather the newcomers at the gate for a period of time, probably because there were too many people left in Node Zero, they were called into Node Zero to help with various guiding and informing tasks. As for guiding and other so-called tasks, it was nothing. They were just told about the void frontline that they did not understand very well, the most terrifying enemy they were about to face, and the overall situation of the doomed void. Then, they were introduced to the various node characters of the void frontline one by one. Finally, they were told to settle any disputes that might exist between them in the future. Even if they could not be settled, they were told to be mentally prepared. They were called here to fight against the abyssal death mist and the underworld as part of the forces of order, not to come to Node Zero to perform martial arts. However, this part should be taught by someone, so she did not need to worry about it. After that, she led the newcomers to the spiritual temple, and then brought some of the veterans who had been in contact with the battle between order and chaos to the real frontline. They were veterans who did not need too much guidance. They had faced the forces of order and chaos before, and they themselves had mastered the power of order and the methods to deal with chaos. Although it was only a part of it, they only needed a little explanation. Meanwhile, the new recruits had to stay in Node Zero to cram in all the information they needed, so that they would not die the moment they entered the battlefield. The front line of the Void frontline fell into an unusually busy situation. It was a situation that no one who guarded this place in the past had expected. No one would have thought that such a situation would occur when they retreated to the second line of defense. Relying on the power of the second line of defense to guard the front line, they still had the spare energy to deal with various situations from the world of order. At this time, the echelon of searching for undiscovered worlds that did not float to the surface of the void was once again formed. Now, they were wandering around the void of order, looking for worlds that did not float to the surface of the void. While passively increasing the strength of the world of order, they were actively searching for worlds that did not float to the surface of the void. This war was far from over. They still needed more power. It was not the level of 1 or 2 people, but the level of dozens of void regions. Many of them are aiming for the energy and rules overflowing from the front line of the void frontline. It can promote the growth of the power of order. Even if it's just the lowest level of passive defensive power, it's still not bad. To them, it's probably a blessing from the heavens. We received information about the reinforcements from all over the void frontline. He told Jing Yin through the soul message. They probably think it's a free environment. Jing Yin let out a long sigh of relief. It doesn't matter. It's just a matter of leaving it there. Let them do whatever they want. Whether it's under our control or not, every bit of power of order will have a greater impact on the tide of darkness. Anyway, there will be people left in the end. It's just a matter of how much. Phew, it's a waste not to use it, right? That's what you say. Hui smiled bitterly. It's just that I feel a little lost deep down. Those people are probably still thinking, bunch of idiots. We used your domain to become stronger and then turned around to leave. What can you do about it? Jing Yin said. Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly unhappy too. Right? Hui smiled bitterly and scratched his head. In fact, those people might really be there. It's just that they did not have the time to care about it. Hui let out a long sigh and shook his head. Let's not care about that. Those girls can handle it. They have followed Maple before. They should have a way to not let us suffer. Brother. Jing Yun sighed. It's been more than 20 billion years. Brother, it's about time to come back, right? Hui paused, the holy sword in his hand. Maybe. I hope so. Chapter 1699. Look at this city. It's a normal city with people living here. But on the other hand, it's a fortress that stands at the most dangerous border, a fortress that separates life and death. What do you think of it? Majestic, divine. Yep, and incredibly powerful. The energy and laws flowing in this world are far more powerful than in our world. I can't even imagine that such armed forces and law powers would be used on a single city. It appears to be impregnable and indestructible. That's just your one-sided view. It's actually quite fragile. The power entrenched on the other side of the void is extraordinarily profound, enough to tear apart your notion of sturdiness and indestructibility like a piece of paper. The void and order here would be destroyed step by step as you bear witness, just like what you're seeing now. Look up at the sites that stand here. Those are the marks of history and survival that we can't leave any mark behind. The heaviness that they represent is something you can't imagine. Can't you agree? Every world, race, and civilization has their own difficulties to face, but that's just what happens in your world. For you, the worst-case scenario would be the death of a branch of a race, the defeat of a part of a civilization's history, or the loss of a part of a world. Even so, those things here, the race, civilization, history, and world they represent, are nothing more than a sight before your eyes. A sight that carries the weight of an entire world. The Chronicle Library was a place that recorded the stories and history of life from various worlds in the void. Originally, it was just a part of the story that was recorded here, but the process still existed even now. It was just that the stories themselves had changed and were no longer little stories that could be entertained or recorded fun. Instead, the stories that remained here were silent images that recorded the heaviness and sorrow of the entire void. The destructive war of the lower planes, the counterattack of the billions of worlds in the middle planes, the establishment of the void frontline, the resonance of the timeline, the drastic changes in the void, the destructive war of the divine realm, the fall of the first void frontline, the establishment of a new void frontline, the never-ending battle against the death mist of the abyss, the calamity in the lower planes, the war of self-defense between the worlds of order and chaos. Some were carried in images, while some were images that were eternally frozen in a single moment. There were also things that wanted to be recorded. The names of the vanished worlds, the destroyed civilizations, the names of the vanquished, the names of the extinct races. They wanted to record, but there was no way to do so, and could only search for those fragments through incomplete rules to trace the traces of their existence. In the end, what was found was what was here. These were the things that the Chronicle Library had left behind, recording the bits and pieces that happened in the war between order and chaos. Some were scenes from a corner of the Great War, while some were images excavated from the wreckage of worlds, and worlds that were left behind after the void was destroyed by the frontline. They recorded what they had experienced, or could only be recorded with their help. Heroes? No, they were all warriors of order. For the sake of order, they slaughtered. For the sake of order, they sacrificed everything they had. For the sake of order, they sacrificed their entire species, civilizations, and worlds. No matter what they did, it didn't matter if they made a small contribution to this war, or if they had a decisive effect. None of that was important. What was important was that they fought for order. They were warriors of order. It was as if there was no information about him left behind here. It was not because he knew that he would return one day, but because there were too many things that happened here. There was no need to deliberately carve a person here. If his name and figure were left behind, this place would contain the names and history of all warriors who fell in the War of Order. The void that was filled with node cities would not be enough, which was why there were only images, and some written records of their existence, battles, and battles. Regardless of race, void region, and origin, they who stood in the midst of order turned into symbols and meanings that were left here. It is a memorial and also a warning. Tang Yen let out a long sigh at the newcomers who led her here. If you don't want to leave your information here as your final influence on the void, then fight with your life on the line. Let the entire void hear our roars of resistance. Those were the words left behind by the observer whom Tang Yen had never met. Every time he strolled around the Academy of Discipline and saw images of him, Tang Yen would always recall those words. Now he was going to pass that most important message to the newcomers who came to the front lines of the void. As for whether they would understand, looking at the newcomers who were deep in thought and had a slightly downcast aura, Tang Yen breathed a sigh of relief. He did not care about that. Let them weigh it themselves. No matter why they came here, no matter what they had to face. Perhaps it was because he had experienced something similar, or perhaps he could find a part of himself in those records. He hoped that these newcomers who were about to step onto the most brutal battlefield of the void would at least have a firm belief or idea in their hearts. If they were to recklessly step onto the battlefield without knowing anything, it would be easy for them not to return. He turned to look at the images that were being replayed along with the energy. Breathing a long sigh of relief, he lowered his head slightly in respect. Good afternoon, friends. Order is still fighting bravely today. We will never stop. At that moment, there were many lives gathered in the Academy of Discipline. 80% of them were newcomers from all over the world in the void. The remaining 20% were people who were originally stationed at the front lines of the void. Countless people were watching, and coldly watching the real battles that happened in the void. They were all silent. Only faint voices could be heard in the huge Academy of Discipline. Other than that, it was so quiet that one could hear breathing. Tang Yen was not sure if everyone was looking up at the images that had become history and was forever frozen in time. He was also not sure if they really took the history of this place seriously. Everyone seemed to be watching, silently. These images, no matter how many times I see them, make me feel uncomfortable all over. The voice that came into Tang Yan's ears made him subconsciously turn his head. The tone of the voice was a little unnatural. It was very soft, and only those who were a little distance away could hear it. Tang Yen turned around and saw Siyu and the other three slowly walking towards her. The unnatural sigh just now was directed at him. Now that their eyes met, she said, "We've just brought in a group of newcomers. How are things on your side?" After roaming the front lines of the void for more than 20 billion years, some of them were already quite familiar. Due to various reasons, Tang Yen knew them, especially since she had to focus on handling the countless lives that came from the void of order to the front lines. They would usually exchange a few words when they see each other. As you can see, Tang Yen patted her loose, short-sleeved shirt. On the surface, they seem to have some feelings, but who knows what they are actually thinking. Brother I Ching is right. They have never experienced such brutal things. No matter how much they know, it's not much use. It's better to let them experience it for themselves. Even so, it's impossible to just throw them into the battlefield all of a sudden. We can only deceive them and use all sorts of methods to let them be mentally prepared, and then let them face the scouring of the images directly. Feng Qinghuang raised her head and looked at the images. Many of them were things that they had experienced together with him. Some of them were things that they had heard from him before. Occasionally, they could find similar scenes when they flipped through his memories. However, there were many things that they did not know. Those are the broken records found in the void of order, and the images left behind after the worlds were destroyed. If you want to talk about new, it's more or less the same. Tang Yen nodded and walked forward to touch the huge images. The lower planes that were destroyed by the abyssal death shroud, the remaining broken worlds of order, the fragments of worlds. Traces of the existence of a world can be found in many places, and the things that happened when they existed. They only exist in hearsay, and I have never experienced them before. Never experienced them before. Yuan Kong shook her head upon hearing this. With a wave of her hand, she tossed a small spell formation into Tang Yan's mind. She then snapped her slender fingers, and the spell formation immediately came to life. Boom! Well, it was not the sound of her mind exploding. The sound and images that came from the circle startled Tang Yen. She pressed her eyes and found that she could see what was in front of her at the same time. She could also see what was happening on the front lines. It took her a while to get used to it. The situation on the front lines. Yuan Kong paced around twice on the spot. There is only a small distance between us and the front lines. You can easily touch them if you step out of here. We are not that far away from the place where the war broke out. Even if we are dealing with other trivial matters at the rear, we're still living in a place where battles are frequent and chaos is spreading. It is destruction and destruction that cannot be stopped. Yuan Kong took a deep breath and stared at him. We are experiencing this war every moment. It has never stopped. It has never stopped. Tang Yen scratched her head, just as she was about to nod in response to her own thoughts. Siyu and the other three were startled. Then they sighed in unison. There are new people coming. Hurry up and receive them. We'll be leaving first. I'll leave the people from the disciplinary academy to you. We just came in for a while, and there are already new people coming. Hearing the girls cursing as they walked out, Tang Yen scratched her head again and smiled bitterly. She muttered to herself, there are so many newcomers. I wonder how long the wave will last before it dies down a little. While the arrival of new people was gratifying, having too many of them would occasionally cause headaches, especially when no one knew how many of them had really come to the front lines to fight against the underworld, and how many of them were just here to mess around. In the past, the saying that no matter what kind of intentions they had, no matter where they came from in the void, as long as they came to the front lines to fight for order, they were all brothers and sisters. But now, that saying no matter what kind of intentions they had, no matter where they came from in the void, as long as they came to the front lines to fight for order, they were all brothers and sisters. But Brother I Ching and the others were aware of that as well. There was no particularly good way to deal with it at the moment, so they could only leave it there. As for him, Sai, it was not his turn to worry about such matters. First, he had to complete the task at hand. After the disciplinary academy was over, the new people should go to the spiritual temple. No matter what, They had to leave a mark of their soul origin to avoid dying instantly on the battlefield, sacrificing themselves for nothing. Time passed quietly. Unknowingly, another tens of thousands of years had passed. In fact, the skipping of time could have been even longer. Singling out these tens of thousands of years was because these tens of thousands of years were the duration of the wave of the newcomers. Countless lives that originated from the order void poured into the front lines of the void and continued for tens of thousands of years without interruption. A group of people led another group of people, led another group of people, which in turn led an entire world. Such a chain of pulling process was long and smelly, causing the wave to continue for such a long period of time. And after the wave ended, there were still small waves of people coming and going to the front lines of the void. Even after the wave of tens of thousands of years had passed, there were still small groups of people who continued to go to the front lines of the void. Basically, there would be dozens to hundreds of newcomers every day. But as mentioned before, those who came would come, and those who left would leave. Everyone had their own goals. Only a small portion of the newcomers could withstand the brutality of the front line of the void and the tension in their souls. The shortest among them only lasted less than 100 days in the divine realm before they left. Those who had already left had lasted for 1,000 years. Most of them were in between the two timelines for various reasons. Dying in battle, escaping from the oppression of the chaos was a normal situation. Not everyone could hold on like the Order warriors who were firmly guarding the front line of the void and could hold on for as long as they wanted. As for those who did not leave, based on how long they had held on, tens of thousands of years had passed. It should be 70 to 80,000 years. Their current situation was still fine. They had fallen, they had stood up, they had experienced extreme depression, they had experienced negativity, and they had experienced endless despair. But in the end, all of them managed to hold on. Perhaps they were numb like the others, clenching their teeth and holding on day after day. They were already used to it. However, there were even more people who found it difficult to get used to this sort of eternal suppression and insanity. That was why they left. These people who came here with an attitude of disdain towards everything in the world and came to the front lines of the Void Alliance didn't even smile when they left. Being dispirited and listless could even be considered a mild symptom. As for those who were more serious, perhaps they stood up and crawled out of the front lines of the Void Alliance, their eyes filled with doubt. Due to the presence of the spiritual temple and the fact that they were stationed at the second defense line, there was less pressure on them. These newcomers who had experienced tens of thousands of years of battles between order and chaos had 0 casualties. They all came here normally and left safely. As for their mental state, that wasn't something they cared about. It would be good to let these arrogant people from the world of order know that the front lines of the Void Alliance were never a place for sightseeing. It would also be good to let the entire world of order know just what kind of enemy the world of order was facing right now. This would prevent them from dying without knowing just who killed them. Although even if they knew, it wouldn't necessarily be. Forget it. There was no point in discussing such feelings. The most useful thing to say was that the number of people in the front lines of the Void Alliance had increased by 1/10. This was a huge number that had accumulated over a long period of time, not just the result of 70 or 80,000 years of hard work. There's no way to avoid that. Little Angel said to Yuan Kong, Siyu, and the other girls who were sighing. The wings behind her flapped gently as energy surged again and again. Living beings have an instinctive fear and resistance towards death. Under special circumstances, they may suppress the fear in their hearts due to various reasons, but it still exists. Even now, all living beings in the front lines of the Void Alliance fear death. However, with the spiritual temple, their resistance towards death is greatly weakened. Little Star's determination and fearlessness to give up on life is not normal after all. Moreover, most people would still instinctively resist death even if they know that they can live again after death. No one would want to taste death for no reason, even if they could be resurrected. Yuan Kong let out a long sigh and pulled at his hair in frustration. But those are all high-level life forms. They are at least heavenly gods, and there are so many heavenly gods of origin. I don't believe that they have survived so many years and have faced so little death, but it might not be a lot. Little Angel glanced at her. Just like the entire front lines of the void, the living beings that remain here make up about 50% of the void of order. As for those who come and leave, they are at most 10%. They are just a small number to this defensive line. Naturally, they are a small number to the realm of order. Perhaps they really have not experienced much death and are used to having everything in their hands. However, they are different from him. If he can grasp it, he will grasp it. If he can't, he will give it up. He will use all means to try to grasp things here. Even if he knows that the possibility of the worst ending is very high, he has never said that he would give up. It has nothing to do with righteousness or standpoint. It's just that he wants to do it. Little Angel sighed softly. You used to ask me what's so special about him. Now, have you figured out the answer? Yuan Kong lowered her head and mumbled, Long ago, it's just as you know. Little Angel let out a long sigh, looking at the pendant in her hand. She looked at the air in front of her. A 30-zhang-wide cloud of mist was surging in the spiritual temple. Like a surging wind and clouds, countless multicolored energies were condensing on the edge of the cloud. Bolts of energy were scurrying on the surface, emitting powerful energy waves. The laws of structure have been perfected. The origin energy and laws of origin have been restored. There are no abnormalities in the cloud of consciousness. The fluctuations of the soul are still very weak. The soul is still in a state of deep sleep. Even if the other conditions have been reconstructed, the following steps still require the soul to be awake. There is no way to stimulate it at the moment. She looked at the consciousness cloud and gently reached out to touch the energy lightning that had spread to her eyes. She could feel a complicated and chaotic thought surging into her mind. There was also an aura that made her feel a deep sense of longing in her soul. She couldn't help but close her eyes and nod gently, as if she was responding to someone's murmuring in her sleep. I heard it, stupid little star. She revealed a helpless expression and laughed bitterly. However, at this moment, he wasn't even in a conscious state. He couldn't sense anything from the outside world at all. Right now, it was just his subconscious and instinctive action. He subconsciously made contact with her. Feng Qinghuang also stepped forward and touched the cloud of consciousness. The cloud of consciousness froze for a moment. A strand of chaotic energy flowed out and touched her hand. It was also responding. Feng Qinghuang touched the cloud of consciousness that seemed illusory but could be touched with her hand. She said to Little Angel, Can it speed up his reconstruction by hanging here? According to the current situation of the missing soul, it may be possible. Little Angel nodded and looked at it. Because the other conditions have been restored to a state of no damage. The only thing missing is soul recovery, which is also a very important piece of the puzzle. As long as it recovers, everything should be reconstructed. How long will it take? Yuan Kong also stepped forward and asked. I am not too sure. Maybe it will take a long time. The little angel smiled bitterly. The soul is the most mysterious thing, especially the soul of Little Star, which has long been beyond our understanding. It involves too many things. His body and his soul are involved in too many things that cannot be judged by common sense. Right now, he is in the state where he cannot reach out to the outside world. There is nothing we can do but watch him. As for the soul that is in the state of complete hibernation, it will take even more time for his self-awareness and soul to be reconstructed after the collapse of his energy life form. How long will it take for him to really wake up? She hesitated for a while. Her golden eyes were shining. After a while, she slowly said, Maybe it will take hundreds of millions of years. I will ask Hui and Jingyan when I have time. You don't need to worry too much. Just stay here and accompany this idiot. See you, Qinghuang. Try to reach the origin level as soon as possible. Little Angel crossed her hands and looked at Qing Yu and Yuan Kong. "If you don't have anything else to help, just come back." Yuan Kong heard that and heaved a long sigh of relief. She couldn't help but murmur, "Finally, we don't have to accompany those idiotic newcomers anymore. It's a thankless job. They left so easily. Our efforts, all these years, have been wasted." Feng Qinghuang shrugged. They had been wandering around the node cities for tens of thousands of years to deal with the newcomers. Yuan Kong had complained about it millions of times. She was even more resentful than Siyu. Perhaps it was because he had given up halfway, but the newbie that he had painstakingly trained left just like that. He came and went as he pleased, as if it was a public toilet. Thinking about it, he felt quite helpless. Chapter 1700. Time came and went in a hurry. It would not stop for anyone or anything. On the contrary, it would be urged to run forward by the things in this world. The same year might be so long that it made people feel bored, or it might be so fast that it did not feel anything at all. The sea of time surged as it pleased. It was completely up to it how it wanted to go. In the void of order, countless years ago, there was a vast torrent of information that swept across, bringing a wave of panic and uneasiness to the endless worlds in the void. The world of order that had experienced the resonance of the timeline even fell into another kind of chaos because of that. When the reality that was ignored by countless lives was suddenly revealed on their faces, chaos and turbulence appeared in this world. Newbies going to the front lines of the void together was only one of the phenomena. There were more things that had already happened during the resonance of the timeline, and now that it happened again, it was just a repeat of itself. If the influence of the abyssal death shroud and the underworld's crusade were considered external threats, the storm that was stirring up in the order void was considered an internal threat. The largest internal war in the order void, the conquest and large-scale war between worlds, a destructive war that used the power of an entire race or an entire world. No one knew when the fuse appeared and when it ignited the entire order world. By the time everyone realized it, it had already happened. It was already an established fact. The order world that had been stable for hundreds of millions of years, when a group of big shots who had reached a consensus went on an expedition to the middle plane, they acted recklessly and foolishly behind closed doors. Looking at the entire order void with the door closed was not much different from self-annihilation. Anyway, they were already used to it. Well, not really used to it, but they really did not have the time to deal with it now. Such a large-scale storm had engulfed the entire upper plane, and only some worlds in the core were left unscathed. It would be difficult to throw one or two people to deal with such a storm, and at this time they really did not have much free manpower to mobilize from the front line of the void to mediate the chaotic order void. At this moment, all the information that came from the order void gave the warriors of order a headache. Then they continued to deal with things that gave them a bigger headache. They scolded those cowardly rats who did not do anything, and scolded those brainless juniors who were brought along casually. They were angry that they did not fight, and were constantly glad that they brought their own world to the front line. They did not have to suffer from the storm of the order void, and they could still control it. The result was actually quite good. If they wanted to forcefully comfort themselves that everything was fine, well, they probably could only find some self-consolation from the phrase heroes in troubled times. The large-scale storm and battle of the order void could also give birth to a large number of so-called heroes, so-called geniuses, be it gods or saints. They were all people who seemed to be very powerful just by hearing their names. But in reality, there were not many people who could fight. Well, self-consolation would not work. It really would not work. It really would not work. As for those who still knew about the existence of the void frontline despite the storm, well, they did not know how many of them there were. Perhaps everyone remembered, but chose to ignore them because they were busy dealing with their own battles, or perhaps they were so busy with the Civil War that they did not remember anything. It was not that serious, since there would still be newcomers to the void frontline. They were all newcomers of order who came from places outside the void frontline. In terms of temperament, state of mind, resolve, and ability, they were millions of times better than those who had come in contact with the void frontline as if it was a public toilet. Those who still dared to come to the void frontline now would probably have considerable understanding and had prepared themselves accordingly. Even if they would not reach the standard of power in a short period of time, having such mental resolve was enough. As for realms, they would be able to catch up in a little time. They just had to slowly move forward, and it would be very quick. As for the void front line, it is still the same. The second defense line is still sturdy and stable. But perhaps due to the defensive forces that the big idiot left behind being too powerful, the Spawn army had not been able to cause any damage to the entire defense line even after almost 90 billion years. On the contrary, they themselves were greatly damaged, and the situation is currently in a stalemate and stabilizing. Although I would like to say that everything is fine, having experienced it once before, there is no guarantee that they would not secretly cause trouble again. That's all. Yuan Kong glanced at the information recorded in the little booklet, blinking as he closed the booklet and exhaled deeply. 90 billion years, 90 billion years. It has been 90 billion years since we arrived at the second defense line. Such a long period of time was enough for mortal worlds to be replaced over a dozen million times, and the birth and death of living civilizations could be repeated over 100,000 times. In that period, innumerable worlds were born and innumerable worlds fell, with life repeatedly visiting the mortal realm and leaving without much trace. The void frontline was still in a state of war and had not stopped since 90 billion years ago. The abyssal death shroud's onslaught had not weakened over billions of years, while the dark tide would always stand at the edge of the void, never showing signs of weakening. As for the void of order, as mentioned before, it was already in another state of chaos. What a bunch of boring fellows, trivial matters in the world of order. Uffed, a bunch of useless trash, filling their heads with useless trash and rubbish every day. No wonder they could torment the void of order to such a state when everyone is not around. It really is not without reason. Yuan Kong sighed and shook his head as he opened the booklet and left a deep grudge record, and then continued to sigh in anger. The trivial matters in the void of order. It's really trivial. Look at the bigger picture. It's just trivial matters. Phew, forget it. The big idiot is right. If you care too much about these things, you will eventually get yourself into trouble and lower your intelligence. If you think about the trivial matters in the world of order, there will be no use other than a stomach full of depression. However, perhaps it was because they were in an extremely cruel place like the end of order. The things they needed to see were the void frontline and the entire void of order. Because their eyes could see too far, they cared more about things, and so they had to calculate more things. As for those fellows who were fussing over trivial matters in their own world, because they could only see what was in front of them, they could only care about their own matters. Actually, there was nothing wrong with that, but she just felt depressed when she saw it. All of them were just seeking to survive. They were just drifting in the void's general trend, walking on in order to survive, to survive. Everyone lived in a different way, so there was no time in this world that was exactly the same. So we let them do whatever they want in the void and destroy the void of order, living happily, but they don't know what the world of order is facing. Yuan Kong slammed the booklet shut for the second time and couldn't help but frown. The big idiot and the others could tolerate the existence and occurrence of those things. On one hand, they didn't have the time to care about them, and on the other hand, they didn't think it was necessary. But she still felt that it wasn't the case. In her opinion, they were fighting with their lives on the front line to delay the arrival of destruction. When they were delaying the destruction, even if the rear couldn't provide any help, they should at least be obedient and watch over their home. They didn't expect everyone to fight against chaos, right? Was there a big difference between that and self-annihilation? Why don't they just destroy the void frontline and let everyone be done for? Protect such people? That's really meaningless. There was a period of time when the big idiot you spoke of had the same thought, and he even put it into action a few times. Her big sister's voice suddenly drilled into her soul, startling Yuan Kong. She hurriedly jumped up from the stairs of the spiritual temple and looked around nervously and excitedly. When she didn't see anyone, she realized that it was a soul message. She sighed in relief and asked curiously, "Put it into action. What did the big idiot do?" "He went back and forth and destroyed the divine realm a few times." Yuan Kong. "But isn't the divine realm still fine?" "Because it wasn't completely, because it was meaningless and meaningless. So, as you can see, the divine realm didn't have much of an impact." The little angel replied, "Every life has its own reason for living, and it has its own meaning to live. It's because there's no way to easily interfere or judge. That's why there's no meaning and meaning to what he believes." So, he didn't bother to care about it anymore and didn't bother to care about other things. After that, other than things that are related to this body, he didn't bother to care about anything else. Really, it's meaningless. Just like the void of order right now, there's internal strife, civil war, and even the environment of the void of order being destroyed. Is there any meaning? If there's no meaning, can you care? It's obvious that you don't have the strength to care, so you can only ignore this situation. After all, the front line of the void is still busy. Instead of caring about those brainless ants performing crosstalk to their own people and fighting over some trivial matter, you should think about the front line of the void. Yuan Kong gritted her teeth and muttered in dissatisfaction. "But that's the void of order we're talking about. We still have to retreat there in the future. Are we really just going to ignore it? The scale of the battle in the void of order isn't small either. Even if we want to intervene, we can't because we don't have enough power to do so." Her big sister said faintly, then suddenly laughed. "You've changed. You've changed a lot compared to when we first met, and you're changing in a direction that's somewhat similar to him." Not bad. At least, you're much better than me." The little angel sighed softly, causing Yuan Kong to freeze in shock. She slowly sat down and fell into silence. Her big sister had always been very concerned about her current appearance and personality in the cradle. So much so that she couldn't do anything to fill the gap in the defense line exposed by his absence in this tense moment. They were all strange life forms whose nature was determined by their own perception and personality. The moment they were molded, they would basically limit themselves to their current appearance. Her big sister could only be a support in peace. Even if she could fight, her battle prowess wasn't that strong. She had always been like that, but because her main body was still young and the molded was not complete, she was affected by her own subjective consciousness and forcefully changed her direction. Even her big sister knew that she had changed, to the extent that she had changed into a different person. Yuan Kong paused for a moment. When did it become like this? Unknowingly, everything seemed to be operating normally as time went on, as if everything was still normal. But it had unwittingly become and solidified as it was at this moment. She pondered for a moment, and then realized in hindsight, they had spent a whole 90 billion years in the world where the big idiot wasn't around, in the front lines where he wasn't around. No wonder they had changed, no wonder. It had been 90 billion years, and because they had to adapt to the world where he wasn't around, they had made more obvious changes to themselves. How's the front lines? Big sister. Everything's normal. Everything's the same. There's no change. The underworld isn't in a hurry to attack the front lines of the void, and we're retaliating as usual. The situation of the newbies is also quite, Some of them are actually veterans, and they're taking charge of a front. They've turned from silly newbies of order into veterans now, and the newbies who came later are still holding on and have potential. Yuan Kong counted with her fingers. In short, there's no change in the overall situation, which is almost equivalent to no change. The changes in small aspects wouldn't affect the overall situation, so it's fine to treat it as if there's no change. How's the spiritual temple? Little Star, see you and the others. Speaking of this, Yuan Kong turned around and walked into the main hall. He silently pushed open the door and entered the hall. With a single glance, he saw the consciousness cloud that hadn't changed for tens of billions of years, as well as two figures wrapped in a ball of light, floating below the big idiot's consciousness cloud. They were Siyu and Feng Qinghuang. 20 days ago, they had come to the spiritual temple to look for the big idiot's consciousness cloud in order to break through to reciprocity. She was worried, so she came along. Looking at the current situation, everything's normal and stable. There's no problem with the three of them. Siyu and Qinghuang's laws are going through the final transformation. The laws, order, soul, and divinity are all in the final stages of transformation. With the stable conditions, and with the big idiot beside, the whole process is much faster. It should be done in a few more days. Yuan Kong let out a long sigh. As for the big idiot hasn't done anything. It's been like this for tens of billions of years, and it seems to be the same now. However, the aura of his soul is strengthening. If it's like what you've predicted, perhaps it'll take some time. Speaking of this, how are the others? Are things going well over there? There was a moment of silence in the soul message. After a while, the voice of the little angel sounded. She sighed. It's not going well. That's the only thing I can confirm is that it's not good news. Yuan Kong frowned and sighed again. Ever since the control of the world core in the deity realm was completed, all living beings in the deity realm had experienced a strong cleansing of the laws. Their own laws and order were strengthened by the imprints left in the deity realm. According to the original theory, within a few 100 million years after the cleansing of the laws, there would be Yuan-Shi realm cultivators other than the guardians. But yes, it's a pain in the ass. The influence of the chaos tide, or the problem of the chaos tide, caused some unexpected situations to occur. It wasn't difficult to solve, but it would take time. Because the big idiot wasn't around, they could only use some simple methods to solve it. After tens of billions of years, they found a solution, and it was still in the implementation stage. At this moment, there was still only one Yuan-Shi god in the void frontline. The imprints and wills left in the void by the chaos tide are too stubborn. It'll take a long time to get rid of them. However, after the strong cleansing of the laws, Yuan Ji and many other warriors of the deity realm showed signs of breaking through to the next realm. According to Jingyan, once the time is up and the origin temple completely gets rid of the interference, they'll be able to ascend to the Yuan-Shi realm, and several at once. Before that, we'll need time. Yuan Kong turned around and walked out of the hall. She let out a sigh of relief. Time again. Fighting against the death fog of the abyss and the underworld for time really wasn't something that could be done easily. Do you need my help? Yuan Kong stretched her body. Her bright yellow dress was very bright under the sunlight of the void node. The little girl back then had grown into a beautiful girl. Time had also erased all the playfulness and jokes on her surface, hiding everything in the depths of her eyes. The little angel shook her head. The situation at the front line hasn't changed. It's still normal. You just have to look after Siyu and Blue Phoenix. They've been fighting against the chaos for too long. Although they've been purified repeatedly by the energy tower, I'm still worried that there might be accidents. That's why I want you to go back with them. Although she had expected this, Yuan Kong still couldn't help but pout after being rejected. She replied in a serious tone, "All right, I'll look after them. There won't be any problems. I'll leave everyone at the front line to you, sister." Okay. After saying goodbye to each other, the little angel turned around and walked out of the Temple of Origins. The scenes of energy explosions flashed and replayed before her eyes. It was never-ending and never-ending. In front of the exaggerated magic circle of the second defense line, the army of manifestations had to use all their strength just to get closer to the realm of order. Compared to the years of battle, the world of order was truly defending and resisting. At least on the surface, that was the case. They would not become mentally exhausted because of the never-ending charge of the manifestations. Even if they rotated a few echelons, they would not be able to keep up with the rate of energy consumption and would eventually be defeated. Everyone who had gotten used to the power of the second defense line had also made corresponding changes to the power of each echelon. The power of each echelon displayed now was the most appropriate power, appropriately making it difficult for the army of manifestations to penetrate the defensive line of order in a single wave of attacks would also allow them to snatch some free time to deal with other matters that were equally important and had to be dealt with while the front line was in a state of war. In the space behind the Temple of Origin, the little angel walked forward quickly and touched the order barrier set up in the space. The scene in front of her changed quickly, and a pure white space appeared. Pieces of pure white cubes of different sizes floated in the space. This was the familiar observer space, which was opened up by Hui, who took over the position of the observer. However, unlike the pure white space, the observer space here could observe the situation of the outside world, and the degree of observation was even more detailed than outside. After all, it was a space constructed by the power of the observer. A pillar was placed in the center of the observer space. It was a pure white energy pillar with a diameter of about 10,000 feet and a height of God knows how many miles. The pure white cubes of the observer space were strung diagonally across the 3 sections of the pillar. There were a total of 9 such huge cubes strung together. When the cubes rotated with the pillar as the axis, the 4 sides parallel to the ground would gush out a trace of strange energy aura, making it constantly flow in the observer space. Hui and Jingyan were now standing under the pillar, staring at the colorful energy runes that were changing on the pillar and the cubes. They held their breath and looked solemn as if they were constipated. Jing Yuanji, Frost, and Dao Tian stood aside and looked up at the big block that was a combination of the pillar and the cubes. Frost secretly yawned when no one was paying attention and saw the little angel coming in. She quickly went up to her and asked, "Ming, how are you and the rest?" "No problem." The little angel nodded and looked at the big pillar that continued to operate in an unknown way. She then looked at Hui and Jingyan, who were frowning and at a loss of what to do. She sighed. The 2 of them had been in this position for many days, and there was no special movement. As mentioned earlier, the second line of defense now had a more appropriate allocation of defensive power. They did not need to let all of them press on the border all the time to crazily resist the army of manifestations. The perfect allocation of power allowed them to withstand the impact of the tide of darkness. They could also free up some manpower and time to do other things. For example, the strange pillar in front of her. The people in this space had been studying the pillar for God knows how many years. Every inch of the structure was the work of painstaking effort. Every energy rune was engraved stroke by stroke. She also participated in it. This thing alone took millions of years to build. Well, in the middle it was overturned and redone millions of times. The pillar in front of her was the current, latest structure. Although she could not be sure whether it would be overturned and redone in 2 days, it was very likely that it would be overturned and redone. A creation of rules used to eliminate all the imprints that the tide of chaos imprinted on this world. The pillar of origin. Ah, that was a special product used to fight against the abnormalities that only appeared in this era. No one had ever done it before, and no one would do it in the future. Just like the predecessor who created the refluxing heart of the world, they and the others had also embarked on the path of another kind of pioneers. It was a special, twisted path used to deal with this era. Chapter 1701. Although I can help a little with the regulation and operation of the origin energy, there are many things that are difficult to deal with without you around. A part is missing here, a part is missing there, a part is missing there. There are holes in the structure itself. Even if I continue to deduce, hey, don't be in such a hurry to break it again. I just thought of it. Anyway, let's find a solution to every hole. Now that we have a template in front of us, we can solve the unreasonable parts, loopholes, missing rules, and order that can't be strung together. If we break it again, we'll have to start all over again. It's like doing nothing for hundreds of years. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. But this thing is wrong from the moment it starts with asterisk. Hey, that's not necessarily true. God knows if our judgment is wrong or right for this lump of the creation of the origin energy. You see, at least its body structure is stable and has not collapsed. That must be. Well, there is a corresponding stable part. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. If that's the case, it doesn't seem to be a problem. But is this method of making the best out of the mistakes really feasible? Anyway, you don't have any other way now, do you? Do you still want to hold the origin energy and ask it, why can't you just cooperate? That's impossible. That won't happen. Since it won't cooperate with us, we can only cooperate with them. Let's find the mistakes in the structure that is full of holes now. That's fine. In the pure white observer space, Jingyun and Hui were talking, waving their hands and shaking their heads, sighing and discussing. There were several times when they almost knocked down the big pillar and the big stick and started all over again. The little angel and the others were watching from the side. They also tensed up and took deep breaths every time they conveniently and then exhaled when they let go. The onlookers were more nervous than the executors. There was no helping it. They had been here for hundreds of years, helping and watching it built step by step. If they really demolished it with a bang, well, they would cry but have no tears. What would be knocked down was hundreds of years of hard work. Boom! Ah! Sorry, I really can't take it anymore. The top part is too ridiculous. If I don't blow it up, I'll feel uncomfortable. Hui and the girls. This guy really did make a move without saying anything. They were not even mentally prepared. Frost looked at the top 1/3, and 3 large cubes suddenly collapsed in a roar of rolling energy and slid down from the air. They disintegrated into pure energy, and the chaotic power of the rules and dissipated in the air. Looking at the wisp of dust and energy traces, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It's been pushed down again, although it was only 1/3. Shuang wrinkled her little nose and muttered, "You dismantled it again." The little angel looked at her aggrieved face and helplessly reached out to pat her head, as if comforting a child who was holding back her tears after her toy was broken. That part will be rebuilt very quickly. It can't be helped that there are abnormalities and errors in the rules in the middle. We have to push them away, otherwise it will only be more outrageous. Jing Yuanji took a long breath. Was there a problem with the all-void plan at the beginning? If the scope is too big all of a sudden, it should increase a lot of difficulty. Well, that's just the direction of a big plan. It can't be adjusted to that extent at all. Hui listened and waved his hand and explained seriously, "In fact, we just left a large part of the scope of the rules to expand the space rules in the future. At the beginning, it certainly won't involve such a large scope at once. Leaving that part of the space is just for us to adjust and reserve the position in that direction. The rule scouring that acts on a wide scope often has problems in the size of the scope. In the end, the final product either retains the scope but the effect is weakened, or retains the effect but the scope of the effect is sharply reduced. So from now on, we have left a part of the space and capacity for the space rules to spread. First, we have a larger scope of control, and then slowly reduce the scope. This is also to adjust the situation. Sometimes when we push down and rebuild, the space rules added in may not be exactly the same as the last time. If there is no problem, the scope of the rule scouring will also be different." Jing Yun also explained. Jing Yuanji thought of the space of rules that Lord Hui asked her to make at the beginning of the time. She suddenly understood. "At that time you asked me to use the space of rules that can be extended. So this is what it is." "That's what it is." Hui nodded. "It's a very simple thing that can be thought of." The little angel also turned her head at this time. "Haven't you thought that if it is really successful after the rule scouring that is targeted at the all-void to cleanse the marks left by the tide of chaos, the underworld will also recover?" Both Jing Yin and Hui were stunned. Then they laughed dryly and waved their hands vigorously. "Impossible, impossible. No, no." Jing Yun chuckled and explained. Those are the marks left behind by the tide of chaos in the void. Firstly, we're not the gods of origin. Secondly, we're not the concept bodies of chaos. And thirdly, we're not beings of the same status as them. If they come out and do it themselves, they would be able to solve the problem completely. However, we are mortals, and it is already very rare for the power of the gods to be shaken even slightly. This is the direction we are currently working towards. As long as we can remove the marks of the tide of chaos in a part of the void, such as the void around the divine realm, the warriors of the divine realm will have no obstacles on their path to the primeval. If it is so easy to get rid of the mark of chaos, I will hang myself upside down on the city gate and let the wind blow for 100 years. Hui waved his hand and shouted in a commanding tone. Jingyin and the other girls were speechless. He even shouted that out. This blessed mouth of his shouted out loud. Was something going to happen? Well, even if the level of the blessed mouth was high, it might not be able to affect this level of the void incident. Let him say what he wants. The main problem now is... After laughing, Jingyin scratched her head again. The origin energy and the origin law do not like to pay attention to us. Although the origin temple can help the origin energy and the origin law to operate, perhaps the problem is that after several rounds of processing, they're only in place. The distance between the process and end is too far, and the origin energy and the origin law that do not listen to orders are half rash. So they frequently hit the wall, and the whole process cannot be carried out smoothly. To put it bluntly, without Maple, no one can steadily and smoothly mobilize the origin energy and the origin law. We have to use other methods to try to mobilize them, but the results are not very good. Hui squatted in front of the huge pillar, and hundreds of magic circles appeared around him. They were all aimed at the pillar that was shining brightly. The feedback from the magic circles gave him a headache. I feel dizzy just by looking at it. It's really dizzy. Jingyin, who was floating in the air, stared at the hole in the energy pillar that had just burst open. She sighed heavily. The origin energy and laws that burst out from the crack were quite chaotic. It was like stuffing a bunch of random things into one stomach, not caring if those things could stay in the same room or be calmly eaten by the stomach. It was too late to regret when they let out a muffled sound in the stomach. The result was purely based on luck. If one was lucky, they might have indigestion. If not, they might have a stomachache. If worse, they might faint or they might be gone. Anyway, in the past millions of years, the tower was often gone. That's right, it was really gone because they had pushed it down and started over again. It took a day to recast the upper 1/3 of the energy pillar. When Jingyin and the little angel were done again, they looked at the pillar and breathed a sigh of relief. Jing Yuanji could not help but say, I don't know how long the tower will be stable this time. Maybe not long. Jingyin smiled bitterly, making changes on the spot instead of just staring at it like before, inferring in my mind what should be changed, what needs to be adjusted, 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 what needs to be adjusted at the back, and then wait for the final adjustment to be made at one time. Instead, I directly operate and make changes, maybe in 2 or 3 days. Boom! Jingyin turned around calmly. The violent energy at the bottom of the energy pillar had opened a 1,000-foot-long energy crack. The burst of energy and smoke drowned Hui in it and could not be found. Ahem! My mistake. Hui coughed dryly and came out of the smoke. Looking at 2 pairs of stunned eyes, he could not help but smile bitterly. It's a problem with the origin law and order. I just made a little adjustment. I didn't expect it to explode. I really just made a little adjustment. Jingyin went up and waved her hand to disperse the billowing energy smoke and dust. Looking at the big hole at the bottom that was 1,000 or 2,000 feet wide, she took a deep breath. It exploded as soon as I finished speaking. This core structural law seems to be almost scrapped. This? I really didn't do it on purpose. Hui smiled bitterly. He was not an expert in dealing with these things in the first place. His talent was to resist and take a beating. He did not expect that one day he would have to stand up and do scientific research. At this moment, it was too late to change himself. He could only brace himself and do it. To be honest, if he was replaced by Feng and let Feng and Jing Yun cooperate, maybe in these millions of years they would have already. Well, even if they did not do it, at least there would be very obvious progress. Unlike now, they were staring at the smoking pillar in a daze. There was a problem with the core structural law. At this moment, Jing Yun and Hui were sitting in front of the big hole in a daze with their arms crossed. The huge cube above their heads was still slowly rotating. Every 10 minutes or so, the surface that was scorched by the energy would appear in front of them. Seeing this, they were even more depressed. They lowered their heads and looked at each other. One after another, they began to sigh and mutter repeatedly. Then, not long after, they got up and continued to rebuild while cursing. When the little angel was helping, she could not help but ask, "Little star, is there no other way to strengthen the control of the origin energy?" We have discussed this problem for tens of billions of years. Jing Yun sighed, physically and mentally exhausted. Hui nodded and sighed beside her. The little angel also sighed when she heard this. She had also discussed it, but she had forgotten about it. Then what about another way? Is there any energy and the power of rules that can replace the origin energy and be controlled? Jing Yin was stunned for a moment. She had never thought about this problem. Usually, she would think of ways to torment the origin energy. After all, it was the most powerful force in the world of order. If she wanted to change the energy, she said, "Well, it's not that there isn't any." The little angel and the others raised their eyes in joy. However, this joy did not last more than 2 seconds before it was washed away by a bucket of ice water. But it has to be at least the origin energy and the power of the rules of the high-level heavenly God of the beginning. It also has to be combined with the divine right and divinity. Moreover, one high-level heavenly God is not enough. Jing Yin spread her hands and sighed to express her regret. Then she glanced at Hui. Huey's scalp tingled under her gaze. He waved his hands vigorously and said, "Damn, don't look at me. I'm just a weak, pitiful, and helpless beginner, heavenly God of the beginning. If you say that a beginner heavenly God of the beginning is enough, then I will achieve my goal even if I have to risk my life. But you said a high-level heavenly God of the beginning. I'm hundreds of primordial realms away from the current me. That won't work. It 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 won't work even if you cut off your own reincarnation. I'm not Maple. I don't have so many conditions." Jing Yin smiled bitterly and said, "I'm just looking at you. But if you're already a high-level heavenly God of the beginning, you don't have to waste so much effort. A shield of the high-level heavenly God of the beginning can smash through the void." Hui smiled bitterly. He had used all his efforts to reach the level of heavenly God of the beginning. If he wanted to continue climbing, it was really too difficult. For nearly 100 billion years, he had only climbed 3 or 4 small steps, and he did it in a daze. Afterward, he couldn't figure out how he climbed up. Maybe he was forced to do it by the abyss death mist. The two of them sighed at the same time for a dozen times. Jing Yin was so distressed that she pulled her hair. This is reality. This is the void that is doomed. The solution to this problem is always more advanced than what they have in their hands. In fact, it is unknown how many times more advanced it is. This is purely making things difficult for them. They can't reach up and down. They can't reach up and down. They don't want to join the underworld and be subservient to others. They can only cling tightly to the entire order void and can only resort to unscrupulous means. But they haven't really been picky about the means. If they can use the best method, they will naturally use the best method. If they can't use the best method, they can also use the second best method. But their biggest problem now is that they don't have a solution. How's Frost's principal origin? The little angel looked at Frost and said to Jingyun and Hui, "Didn't you say that her principal origin is a bit special? Is there anything that can be used?" "It won't work." Jingyun shook her head and sighed. "I've considered the situation of all of us, but I couldn't get an accurate answer. The principal origin of complete original life forms is very special. They are a special existence that is different from the void, an anomaly that is not allowed by the void. Their entire life is fighting, using all their might to deceive and adapt to the void. You can actually think of the entire process as having a special structural principle. This principle does nothing but put on a layer of energy barrier that no one can see or touch. Even the original life forms do not know about. This barrier is constantly fighting against the void and is constantly changing itself, making it harder for the void to penetrate it. Until it can completely resist the infiltration of the void, it will not stop changing. It won't stop until the void stops. This is the structural principle of the origin life form's self-perfection that I've mentioned. In fact, it's much more complicated than what I've described. In the end, it would really perfect the origin life form to the point that the void can't do anything to it. Even if it's heavily wounded to the point of collapse, the origin life form would not be disintegrated by the void. Jingyin said, and looked at Frost. Now that she's at this level, we don't have to worry about the void swallowing her up. The little angel breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. He was worried that that would happen. This kind of self-perfection structural principle can indeed work on the origin energy and the origin law, but the latter has to be at least 90% complete. If it's less than 90%, the principal origin of the origin life form can't take effect. After all, it's the origin energy, Jingyun continued to sigh. Although he didn't want to say it, but really, if only the little brother could wake up soon, their limitations would be greatly reduced. The space here suddenly fell into silence. The pillar had been repaired, but Jingyun and Hui were stunned and did not casually make any more moves. Even if they found some abnormalities that were not suitable, every time they raised their hands, they would stop before they intended to move. Even if they wanted to make the best of the mistakes, they had to think carefully. They could just blow it up casually. If there were no changes, even if they blew it up tens of billions of times, there would still be no result. Master Hui, we've detected an enemy origin life form in the abyssal death fog. This is mid-level. At most, it's a mid-level origin life form. Please come and help. The sudden roar of energy in their minds startled Hui and Jingyin. They looked at each other and felt a little helpless. Well, our friend seems to be unhappy with us staying here and making trouble all day long. Now he's here. Hui slapped his face and turned to walk away. The pure white color on his body dissipated and was replaced by a dazzling golden light. The netherworld ruins sword floated up from the ground and fell into his hand. Let's go, guys. Let's welcome the guest. Jingyin let out a long breath and followed them out. Well, these millions of years have not been wasted. This broken pillar is not fixed, but we've got a new thing that we haven't had time to experiment. Now we're not in a good mood. Let's try it on that mid-level origin life form. Hui thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Let's try it on him. Fireworks. The Guardian has informed the entire Void frontline that all number 1 special energy towers have entered overload. The remaining 100 origin energy towers and normal energy towers are to gather all energy in the number 1 special energy tower. I repeat, number 1 special energy tower. Don't get it wrong. Just gather the energy and leave the rest to me. Jing Yuanji followed behind and asked curiously, Master Hui, what is number 1 special energy tower? A new one? It's something in Maple's last words. Hui replied with a yawn. It can gather 1/3 to 4/5 of the energy in the entire Void frontline at once. And then Jingyin raised her thumb and slashed a streak of silver light across her neck, her slightly tanned face showing a sinister smile. All in one strike. It is one of the trump cards used to punish high-level existences, and was only completed in recent years. The creation of that special energy tower is too complicated, and even the Temple of Origins could hardly replicate it. They could only create half of the components, while the other half were all specially made. Although the defense of the Void frontline will drop in a short time after using it, it's the most effective way to deal with that one of the enemy. Well, that's the limit when it comes to dealing with a mid-level Origin, unless they continue to change the parts. The little angel sighed. This big idiot. He's still not at ease even when he's asleep. He has to make something to show his presence. She could foresee how lively the Void would be later. After all, that thing was made with his ideas as the core. It would definitely be very, very loud. The consciousness lurked in the chaotic Void. That was the scene when heaven and earth were first created. The very beginning of the Void was this chaotic without any order. What kind of conditions, what kind of factors caused that strand of order to appear in the Void? No one knew. Perhaps they didn't know, and they probably didn't understand either. Was this a characteristic of the Void, or was the Void an insignificant test for order? Or was it just a one-of-a-kind small miracle in the Void? In any case, order appeared in the Void. After more than 200 eras of hard work, this wonderful world of order was formed. It was not perfect enough, not pure enough, and not absolutely inferior. It was just a gray line that was just right, filled with countless scenes that annoyed and delighted people at the same time. He heard it. He heard it. He heard it. It was a distant and intimate call that reached the end of his soul. It was like crying and complaining, with hidden bitterness and unwillingness. If there was something that he wanted to say, if there was something that he wanted to do, he had to express it to others. However, if he had decided to just walk forward alone, he did not have to tell anyone. If he had been like this from the beginning, did it mean that he did not have to care about anything and just rushed forward fearlessly? Until now, he still wasn't sure of the answer. Should he walk forward fearlessly, or should he carry someone on his back and be led by someone else? Until now, he still hadn't gotten a good answer. If the two choices led to the same result, he might as well choose the latter, which at least made him feel a little more comfortable. What a contradiction! Yes, it was like that. If I want to go back, it's too dark here. However, it doesn't matter. Light is born from the heart. As long as there is light in the heart, there is no fear of the darkness ahead. In the boundless chaos, a mumbling voice rang out, causing the boundless darkness to squirm. Shadows seethed, and the weight of millions of worlds, billions of light and darkness streaked across the entire world with the impact of ebbing tides. The silhouette that was immersed in the eternal darkness rapidly disappeared. A pair of colorful eyes slowly opened, accompanied by the first breath quietly surging. Chapter 1702. His consciousness slowly awakened from the ancient and eternal land of exile, rushing towards the surface of the water along with the ebbing tide. Having just woken up and felt as if he had just thawed out of an icy state, he gradually sensed the existence known as self. He could feel that his consciousness was taking over some things. Gradually, he sensed the breath of life in the state of nothingness and could touch some concepts that could not be seen or touched in the darkness. When those familiar yet unfamiliar feelings returned to his consciousness, silence, absolute silence. Amidst the rapid surging of energy, there was no sign of panic. A tremendous amount of energy had just finished surging and was now gradually calming down. Everything that could be sensed in the surroundings was rapidly returning to a state of calmness. This was the first feeling one felt when one's consciousness awakened. It was so quiet. Apart from the movement of the energy surging, there was no other sound that could be heard. It was as if he was lying in a soundproof box, exiled by the entire world. He could not sense anything around him, but his senses were normal. It was only the environment that was quiet. At least, he could still hear his own breathing. He took a deep breath as if to encourage himself. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes with a bit of laziness and confusion, as if he had just woken up from a long dream. His eyes were pure white, with a circle of dark gray separating them from the whites of his eyes. It looked a little strange, but if one looked carefully, they didn't seem to be wrong. As his eyes moved, wisps of his initial aura leaked out of his body and filled the space. As he gradually regained consciousness, they shrank back into his body bit by bit, like a gust of wind gushing past him. Then he returned to silence once more. Phew! Yun Nuashing slowly sat up and looked around, the unfamiliar ceiling, the unfamiliar walls, the unfamiliar floor, and the somewhat familiar hall. Ah, he did not think that he had returned to the 139th era. The matter here was not over yet, so how could he be let go so easily? He still had to experience that scene, and that scene. It was an established fact, a drama that could not be escaped. The Hall of Souls. Ah, it's in the Temple of Souls. It took Yun Nuashing a few minutes to recognize the familiar hall. Yun Nuashing muttered to himself. It seems that it was moved to the Hall of Souls in the end. Maybe the process of the soul recovering from the dead was a little slow, or there was a little mistake, so it was moved here. Speaking of which, how many years had passed? All of his belongings were placed in the Book of Epics, including his entire spiritual world. Now, if he wanted to touch and confirm what time it was, well, there was no way. He should still be in the void. At the front line of the void, the battle between order and chaos had destroyed much of the surface information of the concept layer of rules. It was obviously not advisable to confirm the time of the Grand Yuan realm here. Therefore, every node would have its own gadget to confirm the time in the city. If he remembered correctly, he would be able to see it as long as he walked out. With that in mind, he slowly stood up. The reconstruction of the body was much faster than the awakening of the soul. His consciousness, spirit, and soul had already adapted to this body during the reconstruction process, and could now move nimbly when he stood up. If he could even rush to the front line and fight the abyssal death, missed with 1,000,000 magic circles. In other words, he had spent a lot more time recovering. He had just recovered from a serious illness and had been lying in bed for half a year waiting to recover. That was probably what it meant. The imprints in my soul have completely disappeared. Fortunately, I left the imprints that did not belong to me in the spiritual world. As long as I retrieve the spiritual world, well, there shouldn't be any more complicated steps. Stepping out of the spiritual temple, Yun Nuashing squinted her eyes fiercely at the dazzling sunlight descending from the sky. She used her hand to block the artificial light and blinked hard a few times. After a while, she shook her head absent-mindedly to stabilize her vision and quickly looked around. The city of Node Zero was safe and sound. There were no changes at all. The huge pillar in front of her that she could see at a glance was inscribed with the laws of time in the void. She only needed to touch it with her soul power to know. Even if she did not look at that pillar, she could just look at the side. When she exited the spiritual temple, she could also see the laws of time imprinted on it. And after exiting the spiritual temple, a line of words was left in the space in front of her. Awakened friends, quickly get familiar with yourselves. We will meet again at the front lines. Lightly touching that line of words, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. Those were words left for those who had been reborn in the spiritual temple, and for anyone who had woken up and walked out of the spiritual temple. Similar words could be found in this space. As long as one slowly walked forward, they would be able to see them with their soul power and the power of laws. So, it has already been a whole 100 billion years. Yun Nuashing looked at that line of time imprinted with the power of laws and muttered. Taking a deep breath, she let out a long sigh, repeating to herself, 100 billion years. 100 billion years. Maybe I need to get familiar with and adapt to some people again. Maybe I need to look at the current situation again and, hey, buddy, don't stand at the door. You'll block the way. A voice suddenly sounded behind him, causing Yun Nuashing to be startled. He subconsciously took a step to the side and walked to both sides of the door. He subconsciously replied, "Sorry, I was a little distracted." "Aha, I can understand. You are a newcomer, right?" Going through death and resurrection will indeed be a little chaotic. The spirit, soul, and even one's own divinity will have some misconceptions. But it doesn't matter. Familiarize yourself within the range of the spiritual temple, and you will be able to move. Yun Nuashing turned around and saw a young man clad in brown clothes coming out of the spiritual temple. He greeted him with a friendly smile, but remember not to stand in front of the door next time. The current situation is still good, so there aren't too many people coming out at once. In a really difficult situation, the people coming out of the spiritual temple will be as fierce as a flood. With your small body standing in the middle of the road, you will probably be sent flying. An unfamiliar face. Well, that's normal. Even in the void front lines before his fall, he didn't know more than 30% of the people there. But quite a few people knew him. Well, it seems that this young man should also be a newcomer to him. Yun Nuashing looked at the young man from head to toe. Seeing that he was at the realm of higher origin, he asked, "What's the situation at the front lines now?" "TCH, what else can it be? It's only 3 or 4 days. The youth waved his hand and swore in reply, making Yun Nuashing bitterly smile, explaining, "I have been sleeping in the spiritual temple for a while, and not just for 3 or 4 days. My soul is also very clean, so many things can't necessarily be explained according to the time I fell asleep." "Oh, you're the part that was almost annihilated." The young man reacted at once, touching his chest and nodding. "Yeah, I just happened to need some time to get used to it, so I'll tell you about it. Do you still remember where you died?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. "I don't remember. Where are we now? Where is the void front lines?" The young man stared blankly, instinctively feeling that something was not right. "I say, little sister, you seem to have died for a long time. The void front lines have not retreated for a long time." Yun Nuashing's words got stuck in his chest, and he nodded with a depressed and bitter smile. "Yes, it's been a long time." "Ah, you said that it has not retreated for a long time. Could it be?" He pondered for a moment. "Could it be that we are now at the second defensive line?" "Of course, the second defensive line has been standing guard for 100 billion years." The young man looked at him strangely. "I say, little sister, have you not sorted out your consciousness and soul? You can't have been sleeping in the spiritual temple for 100 billion years, right? Is there something wrong with your memory?" "I have never heard of anyone sleeping in the spiritual temple for 100 billion years. Did you get rid of part of your soul's memory when you were reforged?" Well, Yun Nuashing continued to smile bitterly. He had actually slept for 100 billion years. "Sai, you are really unlucky. That damned trash group. What have you done to this world?" The young man saw that he was in a daze and did not look like he was awake, and thought that he was an unlucky fellow who had lost his memory. He sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, little sister, you don't seem to be in a good condition. Why don't you go back to the holy temple and reorganize yourself? I will go to the front lines to continue the fight. We are holding the front lines now, so there will be no problem for a while." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. "I'll go later. I'll stay here for a while." All right. I came in while I was guarding the second defensive line. I heard that before I came to the second defensive line, the pressure on the void front lines was a few million times greater. I have never experienced that. Let me tell you, the void front lines are under terrible pressure right now. They are fighting day and night, dividing their forces into echelons and fighting nonstop. The other side would attack for a few billion years, and after a few billion years, they would enter an extremely long war of attrition. Let me tell you, do you see the current battle? It has been going on for 20 to 30 billion years. That is really the enemy never knows fatigue. Fortunately, we have a lot of people on our side, and the echelons can rotate, or it would be hard to tell what the situation would be like. Speaking of which, I heard that the second defensive line was left behind by a great person, and it is said that it can last for several eras. Do you see those blue pancakes hanging in the sky? Those are the weapons left behind by that great person. With them, the pressure has been greatly reduced. I really don't know what the Void frontlines were like before I came. Well, it's better not to think about it. Ahem, I've said too much. Anyway, I'm leaving. You can rest for a while. The youth left a pile of ramblings and left the spiritual temple, leaving Yin Nuashing standing in front of the temple with a weird expression, scratching his head and sighing. He did not know how to face someone who talked about him in front of his face. He had heard many details from the youth's ramblings. Since the Void frontlines arrived at the second defensive line, their defensive forces had experienced a surge, and the pressure against the abyssal death shroud had plummeted. But even so, the endless battle had never stopped. If either side stopped, the other would be killed, so it could never stop. Speaking of which, the things he left behind should have been used. He had just thought of some good ideas that could be used to build city defense and strengthen the defensive forces of the Void frontlines. In the end, the second defensive line was used too early. Leaning against the wall of the holy sanctum, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. According to the original plan, he thought that if he could survive relatively unscathed until the 56th and 57th era before using the second defense line, then he should be able to escape from that nightmarish ending. But now, looking at the reality, in the middle to the end of the 51st era, which was equivalent to the beginning of the war, he had already used the second defense line. Then the days after that, well, reality always runs faster than the ideal. It could not be helped, but he never thought that it would be this fast. No, I have to make some changes. The second and third defensive lines alone are probably not enough. Theoretically, the second defensive line could hold out for 3 eras, while the third defensive line would be used for the final battle. But according to the current situation, appropriate changes are needed. The changes I just thought of are only minor in scale. It would not affect the bigger picture. But the bigger picture was not so easy to change. He wanted to affect the bigger picture, but it was too difficult. Rubbing his bangs and thinking hard, he then thought of a major problem. Could it be that because he died too early, the Void frontlines lost a powerful person to hold the fort and had no choice but to activate the second defensive line prematurely? Aft? No, no, no. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and waved his hand to get rid of those thoughts. Although he knew that he was good at fighting, it was not to the extent that the Void would collapse without him. There were also many powerful beings in the Void frontlines. Hui and Jingyin were also there. It was not to the extent that the Void frontlines would die without him. He was the most powerful person in the Void, not the center of the Void. The Void did not revolve around him, so it was not to the extent that it would collapse. It should not be, right? It could not really be his problem, could it? But even if it was really his problem, there was no other choice. They did not have a better choice that day. If they did not kill the high-level premier and let him roam around the Void frontlines, he could push them back to the upper plane at any time. Even if they used all kinds of methods to kill the high-level premier in the Void, it was not a good thing to drag it out too long. If they killed the high-level premier as soon as they arrived, killing the high-level premier could also intimidate the enemy and make them misjudge their life-risking combat power. It would be best if it could be used as a deterrent. Well, that was what he thought from the beginning, which was why he rushed forward without thinking. If the Void frontlines retreated later because he was not there, that would be the price. In this respect, it was a very good result for the Void frontlines to hold on to the second defensive line, which was still in the middle plane. Phew, forget it. Anyway, let's go find those idiots and see what's the situation now. 100 billion years have passed, and there are some things that really need to be understood and looked at again. Yun Nuashing breathed a long sigh of relief and walked out of the spiritual temple. Before he reached the stairs, 2 figures suddenly landed on the stairs. He subconsciously stepped aside to let them pass, but his eyes were half a second late when he glanced at the 2 and froze. The 2 who had just landed were also stunned. Their eyes met and the space froze. Yun Nuashing was the first to recover. He raised his right hand and waved it a few times, smiling brightly. A long time no see. You guys, boom. But before he could finish his words, he was sent flying by 2 cannonballs, crashing into the wall of the spiritual temple. The wall was unlucky to have a hole in it. Fortunately, the spiritual temple didn't have a physical body, and the damage inflicted on it wouldn't affect the inside. In short, by the time he reacted, the hole in the wall had already started to slowly recover. SSS, I feel a bit of pain in my lungs. Nuashing grimaced, lowering his head to look at the 2 girls who had stopped moving after pressing their heads on his chest. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and reach out to pat their heads, softly saying, Okay, I'm fine now. Feng Qinghuang was the first to recover. Her lily-white hand gently rubbed the corner of her eyes, before returning with a bright and moving smile. You're back! Yun Nuashing reached out to scratch her nose. Although she had suppressed it well, he could still hear her nasal voice. As for the other girl, who was still pressing her face on his chest, his clothes were now wet. Gently patting Siyu's head, Yun Nuashing smiled and said to the 2 girls, I'm back. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. It's been hard on you all these years. Then Siyu burst into tears. Feng Qinghuang also sniffled and buried her face in his shoulder. She grabbed his clothes with one hand and hugged his waist with the other. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really had to say those words because he needed to. He really didn't mean to stir up their emotions. Sigh, but looking at the 2 girls, they were at Origin Realm. They had reached Origin Realm in 100 billion years. It was even earlier than he had thought. He really didn't know how they had spent these years. Did they risk their lives to fight in the void? Or did they risk their lives to the point of losing themselves? You girl had the aura of 2 or 3 soul remodeling. If he didn't guess wrong, she should have made 2 trips to the spiritual temple. As for Qing Huang, even if she had an accident, she would have undergone nirvana rebirth. So she wouldn't have left a mark unless she was seriously injured. A few minutes later, the 2 girls who had cried to their heart's content calmed down. Even when they sat down, they pulled his arm with all their strength, fearing that he would suddenly disappear again. All right, even if you didn't grab me, I wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and continued to pacify the 2 girls. These years, how have you been? I know it hasn't been very good. Tell me about it. Siyu curled her lips and didn't respond. The expression on her pretty face told him that she was both happy and unhappy. She was also a little pensive. Feng Qinghuang put her head on his shoulder and slowly opened her mouth, which stunned him for a moment. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the first tens of thousands of years after his death, it was indeed because he was not around that the pressure on the front line increased sharply. When he came to the second line of defense and stood firm, everything tended to be stable. This made Yun Nuashtar feel helpless. He could only accept it and take this part of the retreat as the price to kill the high-level premier. Other than that, there was no better way. Could it be that he wanted to dig up his corpse and whip it? Sigh, what's wrong? Feng Qinghuang heard him sigh in a low voice. She turned her head and looked at him. She was a little nervous. The second defense line is fine now. Don't push yourself too hard. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. It's fine. Phew. It would be great if it could stay fine forever. Some things need to be planned as soon as possible. When he finished speaking, he saw Blue Phoenix's slightly gloomy eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but laugh. He lowered his head and rubbed his face against her forehead. All right, don't give me that kind of expression. If it's not necessary, I don't want to casually take risks. But sometimes when you have to make a prompt decision and rush forward as soon as possible, then Feng Qinghuang was still looking at him with a sad and sorrowful face. He was speechless. He suddenly remembered something that he didn't know who said to him. Is this the path you've chosen for yourself? It's so sad, so heavy, and so desperate. But when you're weighing all of this, have you ever thought about yourself? Or about the others who are always thinking about you? The answer was no. That's right. It was not that he didn't think about it, but he couldn't. He couldn't think about what would happen to him. He couldn't think about how his death would affect the others in this world. That would affect his decision. He could only rush forward without hesitation. Feng Qinghuang lowered her head and didn't look at the determination and regret reflected in his eyes. She sighed in her heart. She grabbed his arm harder. She made up her mind. I will never let go of this pair of hands, even if I have to pay with my life to follow that path. Qinghuang, see? I was right. Even if this idiot comes back to life, he will still be like this. Siyu suddenly raised her head and said to Feng Qinghuang. She poked Yun Nuoxing's waist as she said, "This guy is stubborn. Even if we come back here often, he won't become smarter." Feng Qinghuang nodded seriously. "I think too much." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He waved his hands and stood up. "Right. Let's go back to the front line. I need to adjust myself. Otherwise, what happened?" He stood up as he spoke. Before he could finish, he saw the two girls' faces magnified in front of him. He was stunned. This familiar scene, this momentum, this image, well, he didn't need to guess anymore. Before he could react, he felt two hands on his lips. He was stunned. A few seconds later, Siyu and Feng Qinghuang stepped back at the same time. Siyu waved her hand and grinned. "Phew, I said it. I finally said it this time. I don't want to learn from Jing Jejie and suffocate myself to death." Feng Qinghuang ran her fingers through her hair. She glanced at someone who was stunned and then said to Siyu, "You just did it." "You didn't say it." "I turned my words into actions." "No problem." Yun Nuoxing was stunned on the spot as he watched the two girls walk forward briskly. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Perhaps the second answer would be better. Although this is actually another kind of answer. Feng Qinghuang ran back and held Yun Nuoxing's hand. "Little star, let's go. Someone is waiting for you at the front line." "All right, let's go to the front line." Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief and shook his head. As for what happened just now, well, it was better not to talk about it. Chapter 1703. Was 100 billion years a long time? This amount of time was equivalent to 1/10 of a star's lifespan, or tens of thousands of times longer. It was enough for life to go back and forth from the beginning to the end. For a world of light, 100 billion years was only enough for it to transition from the birth stage to the stable stage. There were many more things that needed more time to do. For them, 100 billion years wasn't a long time. However, for life forms with limited lifespans, 100 billion years was indeed too long. It was so long that they could only think about it and couldn't measure it. That was why, to eternals like them, 100 billion years was indeed just the length of a thread in their entire journey. They had walked side by side with time, day and night, and had long since learned to get used to and adapt to the endless journey that spanned eternity. In addition, he was in a deep sleep. Every time he closed and opened his eyes, the traces of the passage of time would be imprinted on his life. It added an insignificant time mark to the already heavy history of time. Then he woke up again. It was such an understatement. He couldn't feel anything at all. When he woke up again, 100 billion years had already passed in the world. However, for someone who was in the present world, experiencing every minute and second in the abyss of suffering, 100 billion years of waiting might be long and torturous. He wasn't too sure about this. Most of the time, others were waiting for him, and he was always the one who was waiting. Although he could guess from the expressions of the people who came to greet him that this long period of time had left a mark in their hearts, he didn't really experience it after all. Phew, that was what it meant. Actually, he just wanted to explain to himself why the two of them didn't want to let go after seeing him. Well, they really didn't want to let go. One of them clamped him on the left and the other on the right. The scene was too exaggerated, as if he was a seriously injured and paralyzed patient. Lord Hui, Brother Jingyan, and Sister Jing have been pondering about something in the space of Little Star's power for many years. A long time has passed. How long has it been? Siyu held Yin Nuoxing's arm and muttered to herself with her head tilted. Feng Qinghuang thought about it and calculated the time. It's been more than 10 billion years. Ah, that's right, it seems that it has been that long, but there hasn't been any progress. Occasionally, they would bring out something that is said to be based on your last words, the information that you left behind. Each time, they would inflict heavy damage to the death fog of abyss. But that one, when Yun Nuoxing heard the word last words, his face couldn't help but twitch. However, he was already used to dying and coming back to life, jumping between life and death, and then doing sit-ups in the coffin. Therefore, he only felt a little strange for a while, and quickly got used to it. As for what Siyu said, they are studying origin energy and origin law. Or are you trying to make something out of it? It seems to be this. Siyu nodded vigorously. Then she frowned and touched her chin with a slender finger as she thought hard. As for what they are trying to do, Feng Qinghuang saw that Siyu really couldn't think of anything, so she answered for her. They are trying to find a way to uncover some kind of law imprint or mark left behind after the chaos tide affected the void of order. That way, the people of the realm of gods and the beings of the realm of order can give birth to Yuanshi. Yun Nuoxing was enlightened. No wonder he had to use the origin energy. I haven't really thought about it. After all, I can enter the realm of Yuanshi, causing me to subconsciously neglect the research of that realm. It's not that I've given up. It's just that I've reduced my attention to that realm when I know my limits. Instead, I'm tormenting my own current direction. But Yuanshi, the influence left behind by the chaos tide, the imprint of the law. In the past few years, I haven't found anything wrong with the concept level of the void of order. Maybe I can't see it. Maybe it's because of other reasons. Anyway, let's go find them first. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang nodded and continued to walk towards the observer dimension. Fortunately, there was no one left in Zero City. If this scene were to spread out, this was the front line of the void. No one would have the time to pay attention to this scene. The origin dimension was originally set up in the realm of order at the front line. Because of its convenience, they could return to the observer dimension as soon as the war was over. However, after the realm of order was penetrated by the chaos tide, the observer dimension was affected. We moved the entire dimension to the node city. At this time in the observer dimension, Hui, Jingyan, and the others were still standing in front of the huge building. The 5 of them were doing the same thing. They were meditating with their arms crossed. Frost was holding her little head and was nodding off. It seemed that she was about to fall asleep. The huge building in front of them had also changed. It was no longer in the shape of a pillar that was strung with 9 cubes. Now it had become 2 huge pyramids, one on top and one on the bottom, forming a structure that looked like an hourglass. The 2 pyramids were engraved with origin energy runes, as well as various order and law runes. The 2 pyramids had different characteristics and properties, and they were exchanging with each other through the contact point. There was a sense of spatial distortion and law distortion around the pyramids. From time to time, energy condensed into thunderbolts and gushed out from the surface of the pyramids, pulling out a 10,000-meter wide electric arc and drilling back into the pyramids. It seemed that it was not stable. The 4 of them sighed silently in unison. Frost was snoring in a daze. This situation continued until a certain moment, when a breath suddenly touched the barrier of the observer dimension. The 4 of them suddenly turned their heads and looked behind them, dumbfounded. Looking at the scene of the space suddenly opening up, their expressions changed dramatically. This breath. Oh my God, is it finally time? Jing Yun excitedly threw away the origin energy, runes in her hand, and hurriedly walked towards the place where the light and shadow gathered. Hui was about to say something, but the little angel had turned into a light and rushed out faster than all of them. The light and shadow made the space vibrate. Master Feng. Jing Yuanji's breath froze. Mei Mao trembled for a moment, then slowly calmed down after a while. She slowly walked over with Jing Yun and the others. No, is this your reaction? Hui leaned close to her and whispered, Shouldn't there be a more intense reaction? Jing Yuanji thought for a moment and shook her head gently. Looking at the little angel who had already been waiting at the opening of the space, she chuckled and said, If there's a chance, let's talk about it. Hui was stunned for a moment. Then he scratched his head and sighed. Phew, after this, you should understand some things. Don't wait. If you try to hold yourself back and wait, there might not be a better result. If you have something to say, it's better to say it early, Since the battle isn't urgent now, I'll find a chance to call Feng out at night, and then I'll give you a call. If you have anything to say it quickly at that time. If you hold it back, you'll never have a chance to say it. Well, that's it. But Jing Yuanji replied blankly, but Hui ignored her and moved closer to the space door. She could not help but smile bitterly. Forget it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. It was the aura of the observer space, but it seemed to be slightly different from the one he created. It was mixed with the aura of the guardian, probably because Hui was in charge of 2 priesthoods. He didn't know if there would be any abnormal changes in the observer space in this situation. Through the opening of the space door, Yun Nuoxing walked into the hidden space first. Si Yu and Feng Qinghuang seemed to have thought of something at the same time. They hurriedly let go of his hand and stepped aside. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Then, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a wisp of golden light. He instantly understood why the 2 girls suddenly ran so fast. That was, You're back. A soft and gentle voice accompanied by a burst of light trembling with joy. The teleportation ended, and a young girl with a pair of wings appeared in front of him. Her beautiful face was filled with a joyful smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Her figure seemed to have a strange sense of holiness under the trembling light. Unlike before, that pair of pure golden eyes dazzled him. It had been a long time since they last met. No, it was just a dream. He knew that time had passed, but he could only clearly understand this from the changes in her aura. Yun Nuoxing stepped forward and lowered his head. He reached out and touched the silver hair of the little angel. He looked at the golden Mei Mao and said softly, I'm back. Allah, although I'm very touched that we're reunited after such a long time. Feng, please come over. We need your help urgently. Huey's loud voice came from the side and interrupted the affectionate gaze of the 2. The little angel couldn't help but roll her eyes and murmured, You're ruining the atmosphere. If I had known earlier, I would have poured 2 buckets of cold water on you. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He pinched the little angel's pretty face and pulled her forward. All right. I've just finished my reconstruction. What new trouble have you left for me? Hui stared at his colorful eyes and smiled helplessly. Little troublemaker, I just need your help. Old buddy, welcome back. I wish you could say this to me while holding the head of the Lord of the Underworld. But, sorry for the wait. I'm back. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said something that made everyone speechless. Then he reached out his hand and gave Hui a fist bump. The 2 of them looked at each other affectionately. All right, come over quickly. If you're a little later, we might not even be able to figure out what we were thinking just now. Jing Yun raised her hand to interrupt him again and shrugged. I haven't seen you for 100 billion years. You look weirder. Are you sure there's no strange problem? There weren't any strange changes during the reconstruction, right? No, I woke up naturally. If it weren't for the rules left behind to tell me the passage of time, I wouldn't have known that such a long time had passed. Yun Nuoxing smiled and stretched. As for the changes, I now feel extremely relaxed. Well, relaxed. The countless shackles that I used to torture myself and force myself to change and put on myself seem to have all been removed in this reconstruction. I now feel an unprecedented comfort and relaxation from the depths of my soul. If there's anything wrong, he twirled his bangs and thought for a moment. Well, every time I wake up, I want to find something to practice. This time, the feeling is even more obvious. Hui stepped back 1,000 meters when he heard that. He pointed at him with his trembling hand. You, don't look for me. I won't do it. I definitely won't do it. If you want to fight, fight on the other side. These years, there are many more primeval derivations and primeval beings in the underworld. They're enough for you to fight with your life. I didn't say. Forget it. Yun Nuashing coughed awkwardly and waved his hand. Anyway, it's just a feeling. But I can't tell where the change is. Jing Yin put on a standard posture and stared at him. If I have to say, it may be that the excessive changes and derivations that you've been in contact with in the past have undergone a more comprehensive integration and reorganization during your long sleep. It's like tidying up a warehouse full of countless precious items and turning it into a museum with countless cultural relics in minutes. But before the reorganization, it's just a warehouse full of junk. No matter how precious those precious items are, they only add to the congestion. Siyu, who was listening at the side, suddenly understood. He clapped his hands. Little Star has been organized into a museum. Everyone was speechless. That was just a metaphor. But why did it sound so awkward when it was applied to a person? If they had to say it, the things on his body could indeed be. All right, the touching feeling of reunion after a long separation had been completely squandered. The atmosphere also changed from the initial excitement and relief to the atmosphere of busy dealing with the ancient relics in the warehouse. Oh, this is the defective product that you've been working on for 10 billion years. Yun Nuashing placed his palm in front of his forehead and looked at the huge hourglass pyramid. He sighed. Isn't this made in recent decades? Jing Yin covered her face. Don't mention it. We can't figure out the rules and whatnot. We've changed it back and forth so many times that I can't even count it. Hui smiled bitterly at the side. Sometimes we just change the internal rules and the flow of order. Sometimes we even change the appearance. He paused and looked at Siyu quietly. It's mainly because Siyu said that it looked like a skewer last time, so I pushed it away. Otherwise, I really couldn't bear to look at it. Yun Nuashing. I think she also said that it was cumin-flavored. Yun Nuashing. As they spoke, the three of them sighed deeply. What the hell is this? Tell me about the things that you've prepared. What are you planning to do with this? Jing Yin took out a crystal ball and gave it to him. She explained, remove the traces of the rules or some kind of imprint left after the influence of the tide of chaos in the void. I speculate that the existence of these things affected the birth of the Yuanshe realm. Reaching out to take the crystal ball, Yun Nuashing was startled. Speculate? Not the truth? It's hard to say. Although the war is not so urgent now, we don't dare to leave the front line of the void to explore other places in the Order Void. We don't know if others can see what we want to see. So we can only speculate. Jing Yin spread her hands and sighed. The reason is, when we were fighting in the void many years ago, we suddenly saw an energy imprint filled with the breath of chaos in the void. It was filled with the pure breath of chaos. There was no trace of the abyssal death, mist coming into contact with it. And the abyssal death, mist seemed to have run far away because of the imprint. It seemed to be afraid and then ran away. That's right, it ran away. That's really unusual. Yun Nuashing's cheeks were red. From the very beginning, they had firmly believed that the Abyss Death Mist was a group of people who did not have brains or spiritual wisdom. They were brave and fearless people. How could there be a day when they would show such a fearful expression and even flee in a panic? Shouldn't those fellows be shouting slogans and roaring as they wiped out everything before them? To be able to scare a person like Shirliji to the point of mental illness that Yun Nuashing scratched his head and could not figure it out after thinking for a while. And then there was the breath of chaos. So you're speculating that it has something to do with the tide of chaos? That's basically it. There are still many confirmations in between. For example, this was a one-time sighting. Also, following this sighting, we found something in the conceptual layer of the Void's rules that didn't make us happy. It seemed like the remnants of the breath of chaos, but it didn't exactly look like it. There were many traces, many things that couldn't be clearly identified. Jin Yin scratched his head in distress. It's weird. It's been so many years since we found so many things in the void, and now, suddenly… Brother, did you check the situation in the void when you set up the second defense line? You might have encountered something unknown. I really didn't pay attention at that time. Yun Nuashing frowned and shook his head. At that time, my mind was filled with thoughts like destroy everything together, play myself to death, play you to death, spiral into the sky with me in the void, die together, and so on. That was why I created the second and third lines of defense. I didn't think about the void. Everyone was speechless. Once this guy decided to play with his life, it was a matter of who would die first. But if you want to say it, Yun Nuashing snapped his fingers to indicate that he seemed to have touched something. Then he looked up outside and stared at the void for a while before lowering his head to look at everyone. His colorful eyes flashed brightly. If there was something worth paying attention at that time, perhaps the current void position was a little close to the great void fissure. That's right, it's the position of Node 0 right now. Uft! Hui was shocked. His little angel wings straightened as he felt a chill run down his spine. What's the great void fissure? Jin Yin scratched his head. Looking at everyone's gloomy faces, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Don't suddenly fall into this hopeless future, early death, early reincarnation situation. The great void fissure is a general term. I should have told you once. It's the world that was torn apart by the power of the heavenly god of origin. I later called it the world of origin. That world is covered by a layer of barrier, a barrier that is filled with a never-ending storm of the void, the storm of divine destruction. It's all surging, violent, manic, and chaotic origin energy. Perhaps it's more friendly to the life of order, but… Yun Nuashing said and shrugged. Jing Yan's expression also changed crazily within these few sentences. But what? Peak origin cultivators will die if they enter it. I went in by accident at that time. Because of luck, I escaped the fate of certain death. Now that I think about it, well, if someone below the middle level of Premier or even the high level of Premier comes in contact with it, he may be instantly turned into ashes. You can even go in there. Jing Yin was stunned. Isn't it instant death? Probably at that time I was already entangled by the spirits of origin. That's why I didn't die. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and sighed. He looked puzzled. Anyway, I'm already used to it. So many things happened at origin, right? I've endured it so strongly. That's small. Forget it. That's not a joke. As he spoke, he sighed and reminisced. Back then, I wasn't afraid of death anyway. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Everyone. This fellow had never taken life and death seriously from the very beginning. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. Anyway, this is the only thing worth paying attention to. The position of the void now is indeed closer to the location of the great void fissure. Maybe it's the result of me adjusting the position of the second line of defense. But don't worry about that. Now, the great void fissure has drifted along the void towards the chaotic void. It may be in the middle and lower planes now. Tossing aside a bunch of additional information and focusing on some of the more important things in the conversation, Jing Yin calmed her frightened face and said calmly, So, you think that the things I saw in the void might have been thrown out by the great void fissures, God-vanquishing storm? Or it may have stirred up the void and pulled them out from the bottom. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Anyway, you found an energy mark in the void that carries the breath of chaos. That's the only thing that's not fake. At this level, there's no illusion. A mark of chaos that could make the death mist in the abyss so scared that it turned around and ran away. I'm a little interested. Stop fooling around. Don't do those weird things again. Hui quickly pressed on his shoulder and shook him hard. You just got up from the ground. Don't lie back down again. By the way, keep your priesthood. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. The condition to kill the enemy. If there is, why not fight for it? You didn't do anything weird with my priesthood, did you? You just came back to life. Can you not talk about death the moment you open your mouth? I just made the observer dimension and used it to learn your skills. Nothing else. All right. Yun Nuashing shrugged. I'll listen to you for now. Huey's eyes widened. Are you still asleep? I actually talked you out of it? Do you want to go back and lie down for a while? Everyone was speechless. They felt that there were a lot of things to complain about in this conversation, but they did not know what to say. So he came back to life just to think about how to die next time. The legendary Death Wish. Chapter 1704. There were too many strange things in the void. Life forms that could affect it could be found everywhere. The rules of the void had changed from a restriction to a cornerstone. Everyone could change the void as they wished to achieve their goals, or to make their world more convenient, or to allow themselves to see more clearly, or for other reasons. If these man-made changes were treated as garbage left in the void, then the void would be a smelly garbage dump filled with garbage. However, if the scope was expanded without limit, that's right, the void had no size in the first place. It was infinite. Then the garbage dump would collapse into dust in an instant. The influence of life on the void would still be negligible. Saying all this was just to express that the void had accumulated a lot of man-made things, especially in this era of constant war. The void was filled with rules, order, and concepts that had been modified. It was no longer possible to tell which things were created by the void itself and which were man-made. The mark of chaos was also among the garbage that filled the void, although it was even more invisible than all the other garbage. It was hidden in an extremely deep place, hiding in a wretched place and not doing anything good, other than Jingyin. He and Hui had not seen the chaos tide's mark with their own eyes. However, they had seen the traces of destruction left behind by the chaos tide in the realm of the gods. The chaos energy that filled the entire realm of gods and leaked out to the passageway outside had affected many things. It was very destructive to order. Once it broke into the territory of order, well, it would definitely cause some damage to order. But on the other hand, order was its natural enemy. Logically speaking, the power of the void of order should have completely disintegrated that part of the chaos mark. As for why it was not destroyed and instead it seemed to have taken root in the void of order and caused trouble, this point was still unknown. It's probably like a fish bone. If it's left there normally, it can be digested cleanly. At most, it'll cause a little indigestion. However, you can't stop the fish bone from getting stuck in your throat or falling down and piercing a hole in your stomach. Siyu shrugged. Now that she was in the origin realm, the conversation between Little Star and the others was no longer difficult for her. Yun Nuashing, Hui, and Jing Yin. This girl's words were always straight to the point, and it was very difficult for them. All right. Let's use Little Yu's words as an example. Yun Nuashing also spread her hands and sighed. The mark of chaos. Well, according to what you said, it should have undergone some abnormal changes, so it wasn't crushed by the rules of the Order Void. Instead, it stayed here and destroyed the rules of the Order Void. This should be the main reason why the rules of the Order Void are weakened. Unfortunately, we can't see the mark of chaos. At most, we can barely feel that something is wrong with the Order Void when we look at the void. Siyu nodded and crossed her arms. It's just like the itch in your body. Although it's not a problem, it's uncomfortable if you don't scratch it. Yun Nuashing and the other two. Why did this girl always say such things that disturbed the atmosphere, even though that was the truth? At this moment, Yun Nuashing suddenly realized that in the past, Siyu's realm wasn't high enough to hear some words clearly, so she didn't have anything in her mind and wouldn't speak coquettishly. Now, she could understand 80 to 90% of what they were saying, and he couldn't stop this girl from speaking coquettishly anymore. It's not as simple as an itch. Jing Yun glanced at the girl and shook her head with a bitter smile. That's chronic poisoning. It's destroying the order void bit by bit, and it's silent. Before anyone knew it, the order void had already become like this. If it continues to remain. Phew. Jing Yin let out a long sigh, which made Yin Nuashing startled. In the later void, the ancient era, the ancient era, the ancient era, until the era that they had yet to name, the order void's rules could be directly observed to be weakened step by step. Could it be that the mark of chaos had not been completely removed at that time, and the order void had been weakened by the corrosion of those marks? This possibility did not feel particularly high, but it seemed to be quite high. The reason why he felt it was not high was because he thought that the mark of chaos could be removed. But the reason why he felt it was high was because, well, it might not be that easy to remove it. Perhaps when they were just about to remove the mark of chaos, the abyss of death mist had increased their firepower, and the strong army had suppressed the second line of defense so that they could not be distracted. Then the mark of chaos was left behind, and they could not deal with this fishbone in the future. Anyway, this void was just that ridiculous. They were not just standing there and chatting. Even when they were explaining these things to the girls, He, Hui, and Jing Yin were not idle. They were also tidying up. Boom! Bang! 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 The hourglass-like pyramid was reduced to dust amidst a few destructive explosions. The entire upper half of the pyramid fell to the ground in fragments amidst the rumbling of rules and order. Then it disintegrated layer by layer. The energy particles, the dancing energy, the fading light, it was blown up. Yun Nuashing sighed. The bottom layer of this thing is not bad, but the extension at the back is a little bad. Well, although I don't have a complete grasp of origin energy and rules, I don't have much confidence in saying that. But the basic situation can still be seen. Anyway, it's better to demolish the upper half and redo it. Jing Yun and Hui looked at the hourglass pyramid that had stood in the observer dimension for decades as it turned into dust with a blast of energy. They could not help but sigh with their hands behind their back. That rolling dust. It's a familiar scene. They had also exploded many times, sometimes more tragic than this. Moreover, blasting was also a technical job. If they did not figure out the traces of rules and order, the upper half of the pyramid would be destroyed by the explosion and half of the lower half. Seeing half of their efforts being destroyed by accident, they would occasionally destroy the remaining part in exasperation. Such things had happened many times. Looking at the two who had fallen into a gray state, Yin Nuashing shrugged. He had gotten used to making things by himself, dismantling things by himself, going back and forth repeatedly. Anyway, this was the observer dimension, and it would not affect the rules of the void. It would not be a problem for him to do this thing as many times as he wanted. If he had to create it directly under the void, the rules and order of the void in the vicinity would have been riddled with holes in the last 10 billion years. It would make the void of order, which was not in a good situation and was struggling at death's door, even worse. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and brushed away the rolling dust. It was just the product of the energy explosion, and not really the dust from the explosion of some substance. The base of the pyramid was still fine except for a little scorched at the top, and the internal situation was not affected. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, and a magic circle appeared in the void, surrounding the pyramid. Some went to the bottom layer to adjust and convert. After all, there were still some flaws. Some went to the top layer to prepare the construction. Don't look at me as if I'm going to do it. I actually don't know what to do for a while. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly at the others who were looking at him. Hui. I understand. Just like when Jing Yun and I first proposed to do this thing, we stood here in a daze and thought about it for a few days before we started. At first, we had no clue at all. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Jing Yun smiled bitterly and covered her face. Unprecedented actually means that we don't even have a template and have to work on the bottom layer ourselves. Anyway, let's create a carrier of rules. You have to use a high concentration of origin rules as the carrier skeleton, or I'm worried that this thing won't be able to withstand the origin energy that you inject into it later on. Well, after all, it's a rule creation based on the power of origin. Yun Nuashing nodded and waved his hand to activate the magic circle. Circles of magic circle began to spin, revolving around the space where the inverted pyramid was just a moment ago. The surrounding energy and rules were all sucked in, condensing into several huge energy vortexes in the air. The origin energy and origin rules were quickly released from the magic circle under his own control, and then began to condense into physical cubes under the control of special rules. The rules were the framework, and the energy was the filling to create the rule creation. The condensed energy was like a storm, rapidly throwing down energy cubes in the air. Everyone could only watch as the magic circle slowly revolved around the space, and a pile of cubes was piled up in front of them. It gradually took shape from a blur, and within a few minutes the pyramid that had just been blown up was formed. Well, the color was a little different. The pyramid below was made by Hui and Jingyan, and it was golden. The upside-down pyramid above was probably all due to the origin energy and origin rules, and it was a colorful white. The colorful energy flowed throughout the entire huge pyramid like ripples of water, and it looked like a dream. It was exceptionally beautiful and a little dazzling. Jingyan looked at the colorful pyramid for a while, and suddenly said, "Little brother, are you getting better at mastering the origin energy and origin rules?" Yun Nuashing was startled. "Ah, now that you mention it, it seems to be a little better. It should be because of the shackles that I told you guys just now. How much can you master now?" Huey's breathing was a little faster. He took a few steps closer and stared at Hao Rin. Yun Nuashing was startled by the stare. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. At the same time, he used the origin energy to circulate around his body. About close to 90%. I can almost fully master the power of destruction. If I use the first light, I should be able to take it one step further. What about the Yuansha realm? Both of them stared at Hao Ren. Can you climb up to the Yuansha realm? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He pressed his hands on their shoulders and pushed them back a little. He sighed and shook his head. No, this is not something that can be done just by saying almost, barely, or I think it will work. It's not that I can do it, it's that they have to say that it will work. And this method uses the origin energy and origin rules to stimulate the divine right of divinity. It's a little risky, but the risk is not a problem. At worst, I will die again. Seeing that both of you have held on for 100 billion years without any problems, I guess I can try dying again while the second line of defense is still around. Stop fooling around. The little angel quickly put her hand on Hao Ren's mouth and said with a little reproach, "You have just woken up. Don't talk about dying or dying. Can't you just live for a few days?" Hui and Jingyan were sweating as they heard that. They quickly waved their hands. "Stop fooling around. Just pretend that we didn't say anything. That means that it is actually feasible, but the success rate is extremely ridiculous, right? There is a decimal point behind the zero, and the decimal point has the number of zeros of an army. Do you understand now?" Yun Nuashing grabbed the little angel's hand and pulled it down. He then shrugged. "So I have no intention of carrying it out. The control of the origin energy and the origin rules can make the decimal point increase exponentially, but the base is too small to calculate to a certain extent. Let me see. Excluding the destructive energy that occupies the main body, I still need about half of the origin energy to be completely controlled. It's not as difficult as finding another way to reach the primeval realm." Hui and Jing Yun sighed. They had already expected this outcome. How to make him reach the primeval realm was a persistent topic that had not stopped for hundreds of billions of years. It was almost a process of proposing a plan, deducing abnormalities, and giving up. They had been searching and exploring for hundreds of billions of years. They might have summed up about 1,000 methods, some of which existed in the mythological era, some of which were discovered at this time. All of them had possibilities, but they were only possibilities. The real success rate was not higher than 000, zero dragging an army. It was very troublesome. Maple reaching the primeval realm was the fastest way to end this battle, and also the most stable way. However, this road was really as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Damn that guy, before the battle even started, he had already broken the most powerful lance of the void of order. I really want to curse his entire family. We could not help but grumble in his soul. He wished he could drag that guy out and whip him 100,000,000 times, then press him into the road of reincarnation to hang him up and give him a good beating. What the hell was this? After continuing to discuss the primeval realm and the primeval energy and the primeval law, Hui and Jing Yun gave up again after feeling that the future was still bleak. They looked at each other and both felt exhausted. Yun Nuashing shrugged and spread his hands. He was already used to it. It was hopeless, and he could not see the road ahead. There was only a broken road in front of him, and below the broken road was a cliff. When others fell down the stairway to heaven, they would only scream or fall with a bloody nose and a swollen face. As for him, he did not take the first step well and directly fell into the bottomless abyss. Then he would have to do it again after hundreds of billions of years. Back on the pyramid that was built was just a carrier used to carry the primeval energy and the primeval law. It was just a shell. The important thing was the things that were about to be stuffed inside. So we can directly modify and transform these things that you have researched using the primeval energy and the primeval law? Yun Nuashing looked at the things that Yu Hui and Jing Yun gave him projected in his mind. He looked at them for a while, then looked up at the two and said blankly, "Why do I feel that it is a little unreliable?" Ahem. Hui coughed dryly and turned his head guiltily. "If you have any good ideas, then, you can modify it yourself. We are just making a template for you to see, so that you can gather your thoughts or something." Thoughts. Jing Yun nodded with her arms crossed. "We are not inheritors, right? The primeval energy and the primeval law are not easy to modify." All right. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply. He could not help but murmur as he worked. How good would it be to have another inheritor of the primeval origin at this time? Then I can think about how to die and more gracefully. The little angel covered his mouth for the second time and stared at him angrily. He laughed awkwardly and said, "This is the last time. I will say it for the last time. The primeval energy and the primeval law were like a set of creations that operated their own laws. The things that others made might not be compatible with them. In short, the things that Hui and Jing Yun created had to be transformed into the primeval law, and the main body into the primeval energy. It was almost like a remake. However, looking at the two of them craning their necks to watch the show, perhaps that was their plan. It did not take much effort. Done. About half an hour later, Yun Nuashing suddenly raised his hand and shouted. The people who were still craning their necks were stunned. At the same time, they were shocked. So fast? The little angel was also puzzled. When they were doing it, it seemed like it took a few hundred years. It's just a simple conversion. It won't take too long to transform the things that Hui and the others made into the primeval energy and the primeval law as the main body. Yun Nuashing nodded and looked at the two pyramids that were about to connect. The problem is the latter part. I am confident that I can restore it 100%. However, whether it can be done or not depends on *clang. The top of the two pyramids slowly connected. The colorful pyramid, made of the primeval energy, suddenly shone brightly. The flow of energy and color inside it became very fast. It was like a turbulent river rushing toward the top position. The golden pyramid below also responded with the same level of energy. Even though Yun Nuashing had adjusted its internal situation and strengthened its laws and structure, it still looked like Damn, this is not right. It must explode. Get down. Hui was shocked. He waved his hand and prostrated himself on the ground. The others thought for a moment and quickly retreated. The golden pyramid burst into a dazzling light. Hundreds of golden rays of light shot up into the sky from its cracked shell. The connected origin energy also surged into the golden pyramid and burst out from the cracks, dyeing the observer space with countless rays of light dancing in the air. And then, asterisk boom, asterisk, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded. The two energies connected and turned all the energy and laws inside the golden pyramid into pure energy for detonation. A golden ring of clouds burst out and then swept toward the sky. The energy at once released an extremely powerful destructive force. The shock wave swept toward Yun Nuashing and the others and blew their hair into a mess. Ah, it exploded. That's expected. Yun Nuashing calmly waved his hand to stop the storm. The golden energy that swept out froze at the edge of the sky. Then, as if it was flowing backward, it retreated and shrank in his palm. It looked as if the storm was gathering in his palm. In just a moment, it had completely shrunk into a thumb-sized energy cube. He looked at it for a moment, tossed it in his hand, and threw it into his mouth. As he sensed it, he said, Actually, it's a problem with the rules and order. The energy was just detonated because the most important rules and order went berserk first. Hiss, this problem is bad. There are many situations that can cause this problem. Hui got up from the ground and saw this scene. He was speechless. Your construction speed and the speed of destruction are much faster than ours. Jing Nuashing stood with his hands behind his back. The energy light that filled the observer space had not completely faded. The golden light, the colorful light, pulled his figure into a long shadow. He looked at the empty space and could not help but sigh. Not even ashes are left. Well, let's put aside the sigh. Brother, what did you see just now? Yun Nuashing pointed above. The laws and order are unstable. They are restless, which is why they are prone to riots. However, it's only on a small scale, a worldwide riot. If you were to sit on the throne and rule a world, you would suddenly receive news that the world under your rule is in turmoil. Every planet and every territory of life in the world is rioting. Moreover, it's only on the smallest scale, or a few people fighting each other. The largest is the scale of a brawl between hooligans, but the numbers are in the hundreds of millions. What do you think? I can't watch. Jing Nuashing replied. So they exploded. They can't watch either. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. It was the simplest way to explain it. Either way, every inch of the laws and order are rioting to varying degrees, so that's the current situation. The reason for this is that the laws and order are unstable. They can't settle down. I'm referring to the environment. See, you looked up at the void and towards the conceptual layer of laws. But it seems very calm. It's all calm. Undercurrents are surging. Yun Nuashing replied. Then the little girl gave in, and understood. Those were things that they couldn't see, touch, or feel. If that's the case, there should be something wrong with the circle that resonates and mediates order and rules. Is it caused by the current war? Or is it caused by the influence left behind by the tide of chaos? Jing Nuashing frowned. I'm not sure, but it's all possible. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He waved his hand and gathered the energy into a rhombus-shaped energy shard. It was the remnant energy of the second gathering, the part that had just calmed down. Through it, he could see some things that were naturally formed after the energy was destroyed without his interference. He then stuffed it into his mouth. However, the impact of the war between order and chaos is probably greater. The two forces of order are clashing without restraint, affecting too many things. The void in places that are difficult to observe has been destroyed beyond recognition. Tis, it's this damned situation again. Hui scratched his head. Then what should we do? Yun Nuashing spread his hands. I don't know. Let's think about it. There's always a way. Anyway, let's sit down and think about it. The basic situation is very clear. Now, we have to think of a way to solve the situation of the environment. Chapter 1705. The void was the most unscrupulous thing in the entire Great Yuan realm. It used probability to play with life as if it was a dice game. Normally, it looked so casual and normal. But in some small places, yes, in some small details, it would cause some problems that would make people jump up in fright. Usually, the consequences of these problems would make people want to collapse the entire void. For example, right now, when they were about to set up something that could be used on a large scale in the void to treat this slightly broken void, it told them that it was unwilling to do so, and that the patient was unwilling to cooperate with the treatment. Then, all sides began to cause a ruckus, as if they were having a stomachache, causing them to want nothing more than to collapse the entire void. Damn it, it was a small matter that the patient was unwilling to cooperate. After everything was over, nothing would happen to the patient. At most, everything would return to zero. But for them, it was a matter of life and death. That was a matter that would take the lives of all life in the void of order. That is the truth. But even if you slash the void, there won't be a better result. At most, it will be temporarily stable. Then it will come out from somewhere else to stab you in the lungs. When you hate it to the core, you can't do anything to it. If it has spiritual intelligence, it must be saying to us now, I like to see you guys hate me, but can't kill me. Jing Nua's words stunned Hui, who was stamping with rage. He paused, and his expression changed for a while. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked a little pale, and his sigh sounded like a young woman with hidden bitterness. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and said, But I can indeed destroy the entire void. It's a little difficult, but it's only a little troublesome. I think you all know the way I killed the high-level heavenly god of origin last time. Then I expand the scope to the level of concepts and rules, and carry out a destructive attack on the entire void. Except for the high-level heavenly god of origin, no one can survive. You can treat it as a pseudo-void turbulence. Everyone. This guy is still thinking very seriously. And judging from his expression, he is actually very serious. He said this very seriously. Speaking of which, he is indeed the inheritor of origin. He has inherited the energy and rules of origin, and he can do something to this extent. No wonder the heavenly god of origin could destroy the void with a slap and split the Grand Yuan realm into 8 parts. They believed him, they really believed him. Given some time, he could also do something to this extent. However, they didn't want to see a situation where everyone died. Wasn't it because they didn't want to see the entire order void die? That was why they fought until now. Crushing the entire order void in a second, although it was a little exciting, but forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Jing Yin put on a bitter smile and looked ahead. The turbulent void was just a dark place where nothing could be seen, but it was indeed rolling. However, it was not a natural scene of the void. It was a storm in the depths of the void, where half of them touched the conceptual level of the rules. It was trying to condense all the void within the range into a point, trying to see its lesion clearly. Perhaps there was something else other than the mark of chaos. At least now, they could feel that there was a bad breath rolling in the void with the invisible void storm. It was a very bad breath, like the breath of vomit that had not been taken out for hundreds of years under the sun for a while. All kinds of inhumane breath. No, that was the most direct description. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang pinched their noses and looked pained. They could still bear it for a while, but the young man, well, as the master of the storm, he seemed to be fine. No, he saw the shiny netherworld ruin sword in the young man's hand. Coupled with the calm expression on his face and the way he raised and lowered the netherworld ruin sword from time to time, was he considering whether it was worth it to cut down the void storm? We could not help but put up layer after layer of order barriers in front of them. He even opened the guardian barrier. The impact of the void storm on them was slightly reduced. No. This is too disgusting. Even the broken breath left behind after the clash of order and chaos is not as disgusting as this. After all, this is trash that has been accumulating at the bottom of the void for God knows how many years. This place has been completely occupied by this breath, and it is very evenly distributed throughout the void. If you don't use this method, you won't even be able to feel it. Yun Nuashing was startled as he spoke. He turned his head and looked to his side. Frost was holding his shoulder and carefully peeking her head out from behind him. He was stunned for a moment and said subconsciously, "Frost, if you feel uncomfortable, you should go back to the spiritual world first. This breath may have a slight effect on you." Although she had become a complete life form of the origin, this breath that originated from the void origin might still cause her life structure to feel a little uncomfortable. Both of them were born from the same origin, so there would be a slight effect. Frost tilted her head and looked at his colorful eyes. She shook her head and replied softly, "It's nothing. I just feel a little not very, The girl looked like she was thinking. Yun Nuashing was startled. "Did you see something? Or did you sense something?" "I think so." Frost nodded and carefully stretched out her little finger towards a place in the invisible void storm. There seems to be a solidified thing hidden under layers of wind. It seems to know that we are here. It seems to know that we are here. It seems to be a little uneasy when we see it, but it can't move. Hui and Jing Yin were horrified. They stared at the place she was pointing at with their eyes as big as copper bells. They pressed their senses on that place one after another, piercing through the barrier of the storm. However, they still couldn't sense anything. "Phone, did you see it?" Hui quickly turned his gaze to Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing shook his head. "It may be some kind of instinctive talent of the life form of the origin. At least, I didn't feel anything there. However, if it is solidified and saw us, perhaps the target we are here to capture is already waiting there," Yun Nuashing said. He waved his hand and changed the direction of the storm. It changed from the state of being condensed to the front to the spreading state. The storm that was facing them was gradually splitting and spreading to the two sides. It was as if a giant was tearing the solidified storm into two halves with his hands. Then the two halves of the storm suddenly expanded and spread rapidly. It quickly spread over them and gathered behind them. When they stepped into the range of the void storm, Siyu had just let down her defense a little. A foul smell hit her face and almost choked her nose. She rolled her eyes and was about to fall. Feng Qing Huang quickly caught her. Feng Qing Huang smiled bitterly and quickly took her to Yun Nuashing. "Little star, let's go back first. The atmosphere here is not very good." Well, let's go in and take a rest. This place is really not suitable for you." After Feng Qing Huang and Hui hurriedly left, Yun Nuashing waved his hand again and changed the storm. The closed storm surged all the pressure towards the place where Frost was pointing. He waved his hand and said to everyone, "Let's go. Let's go and see the true face of the lesion. If it is really the lesion, could it be some kind of void trash?" Hui muttered. "It is not surprising if it is. However, even if it is trash, it is definitely not trash from the order void. It is either from the chaos void or related to the death mist in the abyss. No matter what the result is, well, it should be able to help us figure out something." As Jing Yin said, his spreading soul touched something. His face stiffened. "Brother, I saw it." "Well, I saw it too. It was very clear, very clear." Yun Nuashing nodded. His figure moved forward a little faster. To describe it in a unique way, there was a void storm that could not be seen with the naked eye in front of them. Their senses could detect the presence of the void storm, and it enveloped them. And inside the void storm, there was another gust of wind sweeping in from all directions, suppressing a place under the pressure of countless void storms. The place that was wrapped into a ball by the silky wind was like a core. Inside the core there was a white spot. It was like the eye poop that was stuck on the eyes early in the morning, blocking their vision. However, the eye poop was not stuck on their eyes, but on the void. Yun Nuashing glanced at Hui and said, "Can you not say such things that will ruin the atmosphere?" Hui shrugged and said, "Is there any atmosphere in this place?" "All right, not really. Even if it was, it wouldn't be strong." Yun Nuashing sighed, and his expression gradually became serious. The energy in his body began to be mobilized on a large scale, and a huge array appeared behind him. Then, like a bird leaving its nest, it rushed forward and surrounded the blurry white shadow in 5 directions. Only the side facing them was left open. The storm also stopped with the array's intervention. The blurry white shadow seemed to move a little. Yun Nuashing felt that it should have sensed the pressure exerted by the storm and stopped. It wanted to run, but it felt another pressure stronger than the storm and did not dare to run. Does this thing have a bit of spiritual intelligence? Everyone could see the vague trembling clearly. Hui asked directly. Not really. Maybe it's some kind of stress reaction. I didn't feel anything that could be called the bottom line of life and intelligence from it. Little Purple Soul has a weak aura of intelligence and life, but this thing doesn't. There was a slight movement in the white shadow. Under the gaze of Yun Nuashing and the others, it trembled slightly again. The layer of white, fog-like thing faded little by little, revealing its true form. It was an unknown object with a solid gray spherical core that was about 1,000 feet in size. It was surrounded by layers of gray rock layers that were condensed by energy and wrapped around it. When Jingyin saw its true form exposed, her eyes suddenly widened. She said excitedly, "This is it. This is what I saw the other day." But the one I saw that day didn't seem to be this big? Jingyin scratched her head and asked, "Has it mutated?" It was sucked in from the void by the void storm. Maybe it merged with other things of the same nature. Maybe it was affected by the presence of chaos and expanded a little. Yun Nuashing shrugged. "You can explain it however you want. Maybe it's because there are many of them sitting in different places in the void and of different sizes." Jing Yun nodded hesitantly. She pinched her chin and stared at the thing. "But it's still a little different. The surface of this thing doesn't have the energy imprint that I saw the other day, but it's all condensed by the presence of chaos. This is exactly the same. The color is not the same. The one I saw that day was dark and white." Hui stared at the thing and suddenly understood something. He took a maple-shaped magic circle from the side and threw it over. A moment later, he handed the magic circle to the 2 of them. "Take a look and you'll know." Jing Yin looked at the image projected by the magic circle and was stunned. It was gray because there were countless gray energy imprints on the surface, covering the original color. Looking at it from the magic circle, they could see that the entire sphere was covered by some strange, twisted energy imprints. They could barely see some clear lines, but they were all in the form of layers. There was no way to find a single complete energy imprint. So the whole body is engraved with imprints. Yun Nuashing heard his bitter laugh and looked at it a few more times. After a moment, she said, "In short, it's confirmed that it's this thing, right?" Jing Yun frowned and hesitated for a few minutes. Then she slowly nodded. "If there's no other accident, it should be. It might be like what you said. Its size and shape are just different. Anyway, the presence of chaos on it is real. The presence of chaos is denser than the abyssal death mist. Only the thing left behind by the concept body of chaos can emit it. It's fine as long as it is." Yun Nuashing nodded. The magic circle that surrounded it in all directions suddenly trembled. The abundant energy turned the whole magic circle into a colorful circle. The sword light that looked like a few divine swords circled around the sphere, quickly. Thousands of energy threads suddenly appeared on the sphere. The dark energy threads were connected to the sphere at one end, and the other end was rooted in the void. They were very taut, and as the magic circle cut through them, They all fell and disappeared in the void. The moment those dark energy threads were cut, Shuang suddenly said, "That feeling has disappeared. There seems to be some movement in the void." Hui saw that scene and felt the change in the void. He seemed to understand something. That's the root that is directly connected to the void and used to affect the order of the void? I don't know. That's probably it. I just saw that it was very troublesome to take root in the void, so I cut it off. Yun Nuashing calmly shook her head. Hui could not help but smile bitterly, seeing that the void was gradually calming down. It should be so. Hui continued to look at the terrifying number of energy imprints projected by the magic circle. He could not help but say, "I think that these imprints engraved on the sphere are the real chaos imprints. Its body is just a new carrier." Jingyan replied, "In other words, they are just small energy imprints scattered in the void. It's because they have gathered together that they become what we see in front of us. I'm guessing the presence of chaos that we sense all comes from those imprints. The presence of chaos around its body, including the energy condensation that looks like a rock layer, is not particularly strong." Yun Nuashing looked at it a few more times before waving her hand to close the last exposed part of the magic circle. The magic circle shuddered and moved the entire thing into the observer dimension. "We're going to be busy for a while. We have to deal with this thing first. This is just a bigger or a smaller condensation of chaos imprints. The void is full of traces left behind by them. We have to find a way from this condensation, a way to solve it once and for all." Hui grinned. "That scared the hell out of me. I thought we were going to go from place to place and pull the chaos imprints out of the void or something." Yun Nuashing glanced at him. "It's not that you can't do that, but I'm not going to keep you company. Based on the concept and the rules of the void, you won't be able to remove all the chaos imprints even if you use up all your strength. Have you forgotten how troublesome it was to make them manifest in the beginning?" Hui scratched his head. He was just thinking about it. The essence of the storm was the product of the mixture of origin energy and annihilation energy. It took such a powerful force to gather them from all over the void, and the storm was so huge that he would not dare to make such a big commotion if he was not inside the void of order. One could only imagine how big the storm would be if he used ordinary energy to gather those imprints from all over the place. Yun Nuashing waved her hand to disperse the storm, and all the storm and energy in the void subsided. She then opened a portal to the observer space and said to everyone, "Let's go back. We're going to be busy for a while. The essence of this thing that involves the concept of chaos is not much simpler than the origin relic. I think it would take a long time just to dismember it." "Dismember it?" Hui laughed bitterly. "Why does it sound like you're catching a prey and then plucking it and heating it up in a pot of water? Well, it's basically the same, but that pot of water is no ordinary boiling water. It's a mixture of origin energy and annihilation energy. Would you dare to eat it if I cooked it?" Yun Nuashing said with a smile as she crossed her arms and stared at Hui. "Forget it. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. I won't eat it even if I'm hungry." Hui smiled bitterly. He was afraid that he would turn into ashes with just one bite. Originally, the two types of energy were enough to kill a person. Now that he had mixed the two types of energy to cook something, he could see the reincarnation road open up in front of him in just one bite. Yun Nuashing brought everyone back to the observer space. Hui and Jingyan intended to walk around the void to see if they could find more traces. With such a wide range of the void storm, there must be more than just that thing. There must be something else left in the void. It could be the traces left by the sphere that destroyed the order of the void. It could be the traces of the void of chaos. It could also be some incomplete traces left by the chaos concept body. Or rather, that was what they thought. But after walking around the void that quickly calmed down after the storm disappeared, they did not find anything particularly noteworthy. If it was not only those things that were drawn up, it could only be that the chaos imprint was the only thing in the void or that everything in the void had been swallowed by the chaos imprint and condensed into a sphere. Take a look at this. However, we seem to have really salvaged something. Jingyun heard his voice and leaned over. In his palm, she found a piece of something that looked like glass and obsidian. She didn't know what it was, but it should be a fragment. It's also tainted with the breath of chaos, but the breath is very weak. The essence has been distorted and blurred. Even if it was originally something of order, it is now an unknown object with the breath of chaos. Jing Yin took the thing from Hui and frowned. It doesn't look like a solidified law fragment. It also has something to do with the void, but not much. And then, I don't know. Take it back and let me have a look. Even if I know this thing, it has been distorted beyond recognition. It's hard to restore it. Guess what this is? Some kind of trash fragment of the chaos void. Hui shrugged. It's just a wild guess. All the things I saw with the aura of chaos were thrown into the order void from the opposite side. It just so happens that this is a special place where the bottom layer of the void and the conceptual layer of order are connected. Maybe it really floated over from there. I think it should be something that originally belonged to the order void. Jing Yin stared intently at the fragment that was slightly longer than her palm. She stared at it for a long while before she frowned. I feel like there's something about it. It might be related to our era. However, its essence has been distorted beyond recognition by the aura of chaos. It was either killed by the tide of chaos or by the aura left behind by the mark of chaos. However, if it is really something from the void of order, we thought for a moment, then it must have drifted from the center of the upper plane to this place. If it had been drifting since 11 eras ago, it must have gone through some difficulties in the middle to drift here at this time. Otherwise, its speed of wandering in the void would be too slow. If it isn't, it shouldn't be. It has existed for too long. It couldn't have been destroyed recently. It's like that. Forget it. I can't figure it out. Jing Yun frowned. The two of them gathered together to study for a long time, but still could not figure it out. They could only put it into their pockets and return to the observer dimension through the portal left behind by Yun Nuashing. As soon as they entered and closed the portal, Jing Yun and Hui turned around at the same time. They were greeted by a colorful energy storm that blew their hair back. Their eyes stared ahead as if they saw the light of a supernova explosion. Ah, that gorgeous, that bright. Damn it, they were just wandering in the void for a while. Was he planning to destroy the observer dimension? The two of them waved their hands to push the wind away and quickly went over. Then they looked shocked and shouted in unison, "What are you doing?" "Oh, you're back. Did you find anything?" Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at them. She nodded and used her eyes to point at the iron pot in front of them that was condensed by the origin energy and annihilation energy. The colorful energy flow was releasing unparalleled energy, and a ball was floating in the pot, as well as the rock layer condensed by the ball. It looked like it had been dismembered by 5 horses, boiling it in the pot. "Didn't you say so?" "Hui. I was just joking." "You were just joking. I didn't ask you to really boil the oil in the pot." "I'm boiling water. It's not healthy to fry it. Everyone." No. This was not a question of whether it was fried or not and whether it was healthy or not. Forget it. They were too lazy to complain. Looking at his serious expression, as if he was really up to something, maybe this was indeed a special way to deal with it. But they just didn't know it. Chapter 1706. Hui was a little confused. The observer dimension was now surrounded by all kinds of strange energy phenomena. Colorful light, unknown energy, runes floating everywhere, the breath of chaos and the breath of order coexisting harmoniously in midair. There was no sign of conflict between the two, and even if there was a slight touch, they would separate immediately. Pieces of pure white, dark and colorful energy cubes were moving up and down on the ground and the sky. The 8 corners of the cubes drew a different number of marks in space, entwined with the energy runes, turning into charms and then into magic circles and then… he did not understand. But what made him feel the most confused was he looked down at Maple, who was now poking the 7-meter-long netherworld ruin sword into the big pot in front of him like a stick. He kept stirring the thousands of feet-wide mixed energy liquid in the pot. The strange phenomena were all coming out of the pot, and it almost filled the entire observer dimension. Hui swallowed his saliva and moved closer to Jingyin, who was also confused but pretended to be very calm. He poked her and said, "Are we crazy now, or is there something wrong with Feng?" Jingyan's calm face suddenly twitched a few times because of this sentence. He could not help but smile bitterly. "Don't ask me. I don't know. Hui looked at him in shock with a "you're joking with me" expression. Jingyan glanced at him and smiled even more bitterly. He looked at the little brother who was stirring the pot very rhythmically and sighed. Well, I don't think the little brother would do such a prank, and the method he used is indeed analysis, decomposition, and dismantling. Now I can directly see the structure of the chaos ball, and the mark of chaos is fused into the liquid energy of the 2 breaths of order. It's just that it's this technique that makes me a little confused. Well, a little confused. I don't even know where this technique came from." Jingyan paused for a moment, and then looked at the little brother who was humming a little tune and seemed to be in a good mood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Although I think it might be a prank, the only thing I'm sure of is that there's no problem with the method. Anyway, let's observe first. Then what are those things floating in the space?" Hui asked. Jingyan looked up at the countless abstruse patterns and runes floating in the air. He thought for a while and said they should be floating out of the chaos ball and the mark of chaos, after being dismantled and exposed in order. The space of the observer dimension processed them and then materialized in the space. Well, that's about it. You have to ask me what they are. He lowered his head and touched his chin for a moment. He even touched a piece of energy rune floating beside him and observed it in his palm for a moment. He then gently rubbed it a few times and pinched it again. Only then did he let go of the energy rune that had become wrinkled. It's just some runes with the energy of order and the energy of chaos. Well, individual runes don't mean anything. They probably have to be combined. In other words, they're just fragments from a huge body. Hui wrinkled his nose and listened for a long time with a puzzled and pained look on his face. A moment later, he was full of depression and doubt. He also grabbed an energy rune and pinched it a few times in the palm of his hand. A part of the doubt in his heart disappeared. Then a bigger piece appeared. I don't think this is anything. It soaked in the void for a while before it was violently fished out by your storm. What we saw might only be its outer shell, the shell where most of its information has been erased. Even if there was something there before, now it's fine as long as you understand. Hui smiled bitterly. In other words, even if there was any information on the shell, it had been erased because of the processing. Then we can only wait for the thing in the center to come out. I forgot something after looking at it for a long time. Hui clapped his hands and quickly slipped to Maple's side. He put a piece of obsidian that they had just touched in the void in front of him. "Maple, we just touched something in the void. Can you take a look and see what it is? You fished it out when you two were just staying here." Yun Nuashing stopped stirring when he heard that. He turned around and glanced at Hui. He took the fragment from his hand. His colorful eyes jumped for a moment. His gaze focused on the fragment that was longer than a palm, but thinner. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a long time. "Have you analyzed it?" "Although it's just a symbolic analysis." Hui scratched his head and turned to look at Jingyin. The latter shrugged and spread her hands at the two of them in an exaggerated manner. Seeing his action, Yun Nuashing also knew what it meant. She habitually twirled a strand of her bangs around her fingertips. Her eyes drifted between the debris in her hand and the chaotic ball floating in the pot. She grabbed the debris and pointed it into the pot. There was no response. She grabbed the debris with both hands and used a little force to break it. It didn't break. She muttered for a long time. I don't know what it is. You can't see it? Hui and Jingyan were a little surprised when they heard it. It's not that I can't see it at all. There is still a way to get a result, but it's just a very vague result. Yun Nuashing shook his head and waved his hand to take 2 pieces of the magic circle that were only the size of a palm. The magic circle covered his palms, and his hands formed a triangle shape. The debris was pulled by the energy and floated between his palms. It was wrapped by the energy lines that extended from the magic circle. His colorful eyes flashed with energy lines as if a huge amount of information was being extracted by his eyes. It's something of order. After a while, Yun Nuashing blinked his eyes, and the strange energy lines that were flowing quickly dissipated. The magic circle in his hand also disappeared. He held the debris in his hand. It's originally something of order, but it's been soaking in the void all year round. Well, if it's not because it directly came into contact with chaotic things in the void of order and was contaminated by chaotic aura, then it's because it's been corroded by the mark of chaos bit by bit until it's like this. It should be. Hui and Jingyan were about to sweat when they heard the soft. They quickly focused and swallowed their saliva. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there going to be an emergency again? Emergency? Not really, but I've got some unexpected information. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. He held the debris in his left hand and used his right hand to gently scratch the surface of the debris a few times. It was as smooth as a mirror and did not leave a scratch. Nothing was suddenly revealed because of his movement, but he could clearly sense that there was an energy line that appeared under the surface of the debris that he scratched with his fingers. Then it quietly disappeared. This thing is still active. Hui heard that and had goosebumps all over his body. This thing is alive. No, it's not alive. What you mean is that this thing is still active. Jingyan went up to take a look and tried to respond. Is it a fragment from some nomological creation? Yun Nuashing said it's hard to say, but it's still active. Something is moving in the depths. Ah, this thing has nothing to do with that round thing. You can rest assured about that. Although both of them are in the same void region, because of the influence of the storm, they may have been very far apart before they were pulled over. Also, because it's at the bottom of the void, if the fragment exists on the surface of the void and just happened to sink to the bottom of the void and was pulled over a long distance by the storm, then the place where it originally existed on the surface of the void would be even further away from the place where we salvaged it. Siyu was completely confused by the previous words. Now that she picked a sentence that she understood, she immediately jumped out. When I was diving, I was swept thousands of miles away by a wave. Yun Nuashing and the others. So this girl's summary was really accurate, but it really affected the atmosphere. Siyu shrugged. Anyway, the atmosphere is not very serious. Yun Nuashing. This girl even knows how to complain in advance. Ahem. Yun Nuashing coughed and glanced at Siyu. The little girl immediately stuck her tongue out and went to Feng Qinghuang to watch the show. Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly and said, That's what I meant. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the sphere, even though the sphere was probably messed up by the mark of chaos. Also, as I mentioned earlier, the sphere was still operating. I sensed a message, a weak energy that pointed to the void, a very weak energy. Right now, the observer dimension is filled with the aura of chaos and order. That weak energy did not even last half a second before it was destroyed. If it was not for the fact that we were in the observer dimension, which is equivalent to an extension of my soul, I would not have sensed it at all. Hui and Jingyan waved their hands vigorously. No, not at all. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and continued to stare at the fragment. That weak energy leak suddenly made him more interested than the ball of chaos. At this moment, he was staring at the fragment intensely, trying to find out something. Hui was also a little curious when he saw Maple's interest. They didn't sense anything, so they didn't know why Maple was suddenly so interested. If the fragment knew what kind of person was staring at it, would it immediately break apart to show its purpose? The weak energy pattern appeared again at the end of Yun Nuashing's finger. It solidified for 5 seconds and dissipated again. Yun Nuashing looked at the Netherworld ruined sword. Hey, hey, hey! Don't mess around. If the sword hits, it won't be as simple as dissecting and analyzing it. We saw that Feng's expression was getting more and more strange. He stepped in front of the Netherworld ruined sword and said with a face full of sweat, "Please use a normal method to deal with it." "I haven't said what I'm going to do." Jing Yun expressed that she could not listen to it anymore. "What you usually do is either bite, poke, or slap." Yun Nuashing. "But it's basically like this. The fastest speed is the most. I feel it again. It seems that the energy will only be released after I touch it." Hui was also very curious. "Then how about you scrape it a few more times?" Yun Nuashing thought about it and felt that it was right. Then he spread it flat in the palm of his hand. The middle finger and index finger of his right hand pressed together on the fragment. A gust of wind fiercely scraped left and right, leaving after images. On one side, he used all his strength to scrape while revealing an excited and ferocious expression. Seeing this, Hui and Jingyin were sweating profusely and quickly retreated 2 steps. How can he go crazy just by scraping a fragment? Jingyin looked at the violent energy storm around the little brother and smiled bitterly. Can't this guy be a little more normal? Hui smiled bitterly. I think Feng is a little too excited because he just climbed out of the coffin. That's why his behavior is a little strange. After a while, he should be back to normal. Jingyin hesitated and did not immediately agree. She looked at the little brother who was getting more and more excited. The storm was about to condense and take shape. She hesitated and said, "I think the little brother urgently needs to vent the new energy form that he has suppressed for 100 billion years." Hui, see you, and the others were very much in agreement. He must be itching. Otherwise, why would he make such a big movement in the entire space? Buzz. While the few of them were busy guessing and ridiculing, a ray of dim blue light suddenly bloomed. First, the dim gray light that appeared seemed to have shrouded the space with a layer of haze. Then, the blue light broke through the darkness like the clouds and exposed the sun. The chaotic aura was suddenly cleared, causing them to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their heads and saw that Yun Nuashing had stopped his crazy sweeping left and right. The fragment in his hand was the source of the light. The blue light soared into the sky and shone on the observer space. It was like a slow and tangible shockwave that swept across the entire space. The dark energy runes and dark aura that filled the entire space were swept away in an instant. Everyone was shocked. This was an extremely pure aura of order. This aura. It's the aura of order of our era. Jingyin suddenly opened her eyes wide. That's right, it was definitely the aura of their era. This was the strength of order that could only be born from the rules of the order void of their era. It was many times stronger than the current order void of order. Such a powerful, purifying effect. Hui was also shocked when he saw the chaotic aura was swept away. After a moment, he calmed down and said to himself, "Well, it's probably because the chaotic aura is weaker." That's also the reason, but, well, I'm not sure about the situation in the chaotic void. Anyway, the current strength of the rules of the order void and the strength of order are much weaker. It's basically impossible for the current level of rules and order to clean up the chaotic aura so efficiently. It's the problem of the order itself. Of course, it's also because the chaotic aura floating in this space is not strong enough. But no matter what, it's the aura that erupted from the chaotic void, and it should also be the chaotic aura from our era. The tide of chaos was directly caused by the eruption of the chaotic void. Hui quickly asked a question that he had not thought of at this time. It's just a speculation. It definitely has something to do with the chaotic void. But whether it was the chaotic void that caused this level of eruption or the chaotic concept body that caused the tide of chaos, it's hard to say. Jing Yun shook her head. That was already something that happened 11 eras ago. Compared to the void turbulence caused by the origin, heavenly God, I can't say if there was a delay, and I don't know if it was at the same time or caused by a delay in the eruption. At that time, we were in a sealed space and lost track of time. Well, let's not bother about those things of the past for the time being. For the time being, let's assume that the tide of chaos only appeared some time after the void turbulence. The one who responded was Yun Nuashing. He walked over from the side and interrupted Jing Yun's thoughts. After the void turbulence caused by the origin, heavenly God, the entire void would fall into a dead silence that was even more complete than nothingness. That is, the emptiness at the moment when the real Deyuan realm was first created, when order and chaos were still just concepts. Different from the normal great samsara, the void turbulence caused by the origin, heavenly God was complete destruction. It sent the 8 Yuan realm, the entire Deyuan realm back to the moment when it was still in its mother's womb. As for how he knew, it was of course told to him by those elusive fellows. That's right, she told him personally. It seemed that she had stayed for a short period of time after she caused the void turbulence before her soul dissipated. She only disappeared after she saw with her own eyes the Deyuan realm that she had destroyed. And the degree of destruction caused by the great samsara was on the same level as the false void turbulence that he could create now. It was not at the level of the real void turbulence. After all, that was just the aftermath of the destruction at the end of the gods' era. Even if the aftermath would cause a void turbulence once every 20 eras. When even chaos was just a concept. That should be the time when chaos was restored. But why? What happened at that time? Jing Yin was even more distressed when he heard that. They would always think a lot about things related to order and chaos. Perhaps it was the first cry of the chaotic void after it was restored. Perhaps it was the chaos concept body that yelled Motherf *her after it woke up and crushed the void of order that was still in its infancy. Yun Nuashing shrugged. There are many explanations, but it's still the same. We can't come into contact with those things now because we really can't come into contact with them. So let's ignore them for now. Compared to that, let's take a look at this fragment. Oh, what's wrong with the fragment? Hui came forward curiously. The shard, which looked like it was made of obsidian, had now shed its darkness and grayness and turned into something like a blue crystal shard. It shone brightly and reflected the order energy and the colorful origin energy floating in the observer's space. This is such a pure aura of the rules and order. Is this the rules and order of the mythological era? Pure, untainted by dust. It was really pure. He could feel the flawless perfection when he first saw it. It was as if he had been living in a place where the sun and moon could not be seen. When the gray clouds in the sky completely dissipated one day, the air was no longer filled with dust, and the dazzling golden sunlight shone from the sky, forming a white and dazzling curtain of light. That was the feeling of being purified physically and mentally. Jing Yin thought for a few more seconds before coming back to her senses. The fragment, it was activated, and after the presence of chaos was destroyed, it returned to its original state. He took the fragment from the young man and looked at it in the palm of his hand for a moment, but he still shook his head. No, I still can't tell what it was broken from. I don't remember which world in our era had such a thing. Of course, maybe my brain hasn't recovered yet, and I can't remember. I also told everyone, by the way. They also said that their brains were muddled, and they couldn't remember this thing. Yes, we don't know, I don't. Yun Nuashing and Hui were speechless. This guy was losing his mind as he talked. Yun Nuashing took the fragment again and held it above her head. She focused the fragment against the sunlight of the node city and frowned as if hesitating about something. What's wrong? Hui poked Feng. Did you see something and plan to do something? Then, because of something, you're stuck? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. She put her hands behind her back and pointed with her thumb. Can't you see that pot of stuff is still soaking? Ah. Hui and Jing Yun were both stunned. Then they smiled bitterly. They had really forgotten about the pot of soup. Bah, the chaos orb. That won't run away. We can deal with it at any time. Hui poked Feng Luo's head and said, Tell me, are you going to the void again after a long time? It just so happens that the second defense line can still be defended. Let's go and come back early. Yun Nuashing was stunned. I haven't said anything yet. How do you know what I'm going to do? Let's just guess. You're showing such a curious and troubled expression. It's obvious that you're worried about both sides. Something happened to the void? Yun Nuashing shook his head. He handed the fragment forward and said, Energy. Well, didn't it just emit a light? It pointed to the void of order, towards the upper plane. I used the tracking of the Temple of Origin to find the place where the light pointed. There seems to be a weak response there. Hui heard that and rubbed his handsome face. He took a deep breath. It's here. It's been a long time since I went out on a mission. The last time was Black Nest. Where is it now? And this time it may be related to the mythological era. The fragment emitted the aura of order of the mythological era. It must have something to do with them. Wait a minute. Could it be related to the god of origin? Yun Nuashing saw the change in Hui's expression. He was also stunned. Although he did not know what Hui was thinking, he tried to respond. It's related to the previous era. If it still exists, it's most likely related to the god of origin. Phew, I've seen too many ghosts. I'm not afraid now. I'm going to go. What about you guys? Jing Yun touched his chin. If it's related to our era, I'll go if the second defense line is fine. Well, don't be in a hurry to go. I'll sort out the situation of the second defense line. After that, you can take your time to deal with the chaos orb. We'll go in 2 days. As soon as he finished, he was gone. He rushed from the observer dimension to the front line. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. That's fine. I'm not in a hurry. He glanced at Siyu and the others. The little girls were also excited. Well, there was no need to ask. They would probably follow. Yun Nuashing sighed and lowered his head to look at the fragment. His eyes flickered. There are still many secrets hidden in the void of order. This is not a lie. The things that the origin heavenly gods did, just like this endless void, would always appear from time to time and make him tremble. This time was probably no exception.